What is up, everybody? Hey, Kiba. Alright. So the servers were actually just down for a bit, and they just came back, so there may not be a lot of people online right now, so may not be able to invade much. We shall see. And I almost said it there, not today though, but thank you for the 41 months, you unknown stranger. FGO news about news in the future. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Okay, so off-stream chat, I went down to the lake and grabbed all the, like, charred flasks and crap. Because it's super boring down there, and I figured there was no reason to do that on stream. I didn't kill the boss or anything down there, though, so we can do that whenever we want. Where the fuck is Grey Rat? Did I send him out to Illithrill? Shit. Let's see, we did the Onion Knight thing, so it should be fine. I guess we just need to kill a boss to get him back then. Okay, hold on. I actually did some invasions earlier today on my other characters when it was like prime time, and it was actually quite active. I was getting invasions really quickly. All right, I think this is the closest to the boss. If an event starts on the last day of the month, does it still count as a dead month? Absolutely. Wait, this is not the right bonfire. I hate this place. The bonfires are kind of confusing. Does anyone remember if you need to summon the, what's her name? The lady out here to get her armor set to show up in the Undead Settlement? Because she's not very helpful, so she kind of makes the boss harder. But it'd be cool to get her, like, event to happen. I am so far away! God, who's aiming that thing? Ridiculous. I'm gonna just say, fuck it. If this doesn't spawn her armor set and whatever, I don't wanna use her for the boss fight. And honestly, I just don't remember if you need to summon her or not. Freaking lost on the bow over there. You know, we really do need to fight Sister Frida soon, so we can get the Ring of Favor +2. Because our stam is so low, it'd be nice to have a bit more. She needs to survive the boss fight? Fuck! Alright, that's honestly gonna make it harder, which I guess will make it spicy. Stupid lady can't fend for herself. Alright. I'll, bust out one of these. I guess you just need to kill the boss as fast as humanly possible. Don't worry about elegance. Okay, we got of course that goes behind you. That follow-up. Kind of sucks. I wanted to do this boss like slowly and kind of more skillfully, but guess not. Oh, she takes a lot of damage. Are you kidding me? She's a pyromancer and she takes a lot of damage from fire. Not looking good. Why does she have so much aggro? Oh, we got a stagger. Stop hitting the Phantom. Oh, got a stagger as he was doing his big attack. That's actually super useful. Die, 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 die. Woo! Kinda sucks though, we cheesed the shit out of that fight. It's actually pretty fun to dodge around and do that fight, but gotta get the armor set for shits. Surprised at how little health that boss has. It's not like I've got a particularly strong weapon or anything. Let's see. I think... Can you get there from this one? I think so. You have to get on the roof. Yeah, I guess her story is like she lost track of her like Pyromancer Master dude, and she was trying to like find him or something, and I guess she knew he was here, so she came here, but he's gone. Then I guess she just goes hollow here or something. Kind of rough. Cause yeah, like if there's no body and like the item is just there, it's like more like them implying they leave an item there or something like that. But like there's a body there, so I'm pretty sure she went hollow. What is the lore on this? Not a lot, really. Like, it's kind of just talking about the garb, doesn't really go into the character at all. And like, this isn't even talking about her specifically, it's just saying a lot of female pyromancers use it. They didn't really, Oh, you don't learn shit about that character. That's so random. Like, that's one of the most random-ass things in the game. Like, some random white sign that is vaguely connected to the pyromancer dude you can get. And then if you summon her and she lives, and then her, you know, armor set is out here where he was, right? And that's it. And then the armor has, like, no lore on it. So strange. I wonder if, it's one of those things where they just didn't really flush it out because they didn't have time or something. Hey, rabbit. Alright, I might try a quick invasion here. So, like I said, the servers were like just dead a minute ago, so I'm not sure anyone's actually playing online. They're probably mostly in offline right now. But I'll give it a quick peek. It says there's people online like here. Kind of weird that that's the area that it says is most active. Okay, so I know Twitch ads aren't the cream of the crop, but I do expect them to be something other than a glitching green screen. Wait, what? I try to have as few ads as possible on my stream, but Twitch doesn't let me control everything, so. Damn. Let me real quick. Let me check one of my other characters. Yeah, earlier today, it was actually popping. There were people everywhere, but, I think because the servers were just messed up, everyone's in offline mode right now. Because, like, if you try to get on Dark Souls and the servers are down, it'll just say, you know, LOL, can't connect, starting in offline mode. And then when you go into the game and start playing, it's not going to tell you, oh, hey, the servers are back. If you relog, you can get online again. So they just keep playing. Why are the souls dark? Well, you know, Manus, something. Oh, this character gets a game. I think they have well, no, they have the same weapon upgrade. Okay, I have no idea. They're literally one level lower, and they get a game. All right. Please don't be like a bonfire warrior or anything stupid like that. Can we just have like a 3v1, you know, with the mobs helping out and stuff, you know, a nice normal invasion. Nothing dumb here. Let me see if any shortcuts are open. Always good to do that. Fuck. Whenever this is open, they can be like anywhere. Because like as you connected, they might have been running through the graveyard. They might have been at the bonfire. They might have been going up this thing. And if they were going up this thing when you connected, they can already be like super deep in the level. Okay, well they're summoning, so that's good. Maybe they actually, you know what it might be? They might have dropped that ladder. Okay, this guy's dead, so they've been up here. But I'm hoping they went like down there and made that shortcut. And then they're at the bonfire and summoning right now. Kind of what it looks like. That's a password, although all these are dead. We may have missed all of the fun. Damn it. You know, I don't even think they're out here. They're probably actually in the inner part. This happens a lot. Like, they got the yeah, they're probably inside. God damn it. We missed all of the goods. What probably happened was they were clearing through the level and the Phantom died or ran out of flasks. And they were just resummoning, and they went through like the back door. And for like that short period they were trying to resummon, that I happened to connect to them, so it put me in the front. Yeah, they've already done everything, it looks like. Whoa. This happens sometimes. I think we missed the party here. Maybe they'll still come this way, but probably not. They probably have the other door open. Hard to say. Guess I'll go down. Fun time in the slime. These guys normally walk into the poison and kill themselves. Kiba knows. All right, that one is closed. So actually, I think I messed up. I think they have to come in up top. I fucked up. I was kind of just guessing, to be honest. Oh, they might be up there because Giant stood up. See. So much more fun on the outside than the inside. Because the inside, there's not that much interesting geometry, and they can run to the boss really easily, so I always prefer the outside bit. Something did damage to the Phantom, though. I'm trying to think what that was. There's not another red here because it'd be like other health bars popping up. I don't know if like this whole time... Oh, they've actually been up here. The elevator was up. But what did they do with it? Yeah, they're not here. Lone survivor right there. I think they're just waiting at the bonfire. One of those. And they just sent the elevator up. People do that all the time because for some reason they think that's gonna like provoke the person to come down. It's weird. Let's see if we can get some elevator shenanigans. Are you winning, Mr. Streamer? I don't know what the hell's happening. Join a game in the front and they're actually in the back, and now I think they're just waiting at the bonfire. Either that or they came up here somehow and snuck around without me noticing. The key's active. It's kind of weird. I don't think that's the case. I suspect they're at the bonfire and they just sent the elevator up. Be cheeky. Like, that guy's not disturbed. I would love to get an elevator fight here. So we'll see if they come this way. Some people really do just, like, get invaded and get scared out of their minds and just sit at the bonfire forever. And then they'll Alta 4 before they actually play the game. You know, bravery. Hey, I took the stairs. I did not take the elevator. I took the goddamn stairs. I did not touch this thing. They did that. I went all the way around outside, all that nonsense. At least we know the gate down there is not open. I'm almost positive they went back to the bonfire. So, like, other than... The only other thing they could be doing is going around the level the long way again, and they're gonna come out that way. It's like the only two things they could be doing. This confuses me because the Phantom took damage. Gotta play the waiting game. It looks like this character... I'm getting my endurance from these two. I don't think I ever actually leveled up my endurance on this character. It's probably the right thing to do. So this character does not have the strength to use this axe one-handed like my other one does. Got millwood. I have a heavy club. I'm guessing I can only use it if I use the strength ring. Yep, I have to two-hand it and use the strength ring. Oh. Wait, Gaming Boy. I don't have the cat ring on. Still gotta plunge. Of course you make me backstab. That guy was just not entertaining the idea of fighting. Gentlemen. There was 3 of you that whole time. Like, you're both password summons. You've dropped a bunch of twink items for your host. It's 3v1, and that you guys were just huddled up by the bonfire that entire time. That is so ridiculous. I should have done a plunge there. They're just gonna resummon the guy that I murdered. This player base is so pathetic, dude. I'm trying to think what weapon I want to use here. How much AR does this have? $37. 45. I just can't imagine there's 3 of you, 2 password summons, host with a bunch of twink items, and then you're too scared to do anything. Ridiculous. And now they're just gonna resummon the guy that got murdered. Well, that's 2, but the other guy's gonna get resummoned any second now. That guy was worth a crap load of souls. The game crashed. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I could tell just right there that host was a super scrub, you know, that had been dropped all these fancy items, but has no idea how to use them. I was just gonna fucking murder that man, and then I disconnect. What the hell, dude? That was gonna be so satisfying. I could tell immediately by the way that guy was moving and like just spamming the pyromancy. That guy was terrible. That is so lame, dude. Kill his phantoms one at a time, just gonna murder him, and the game just crashes. What a joke, dude. That's so lame. That man deserved death. Especially with like, I can't believe they were both password summons. They're all like super high level. They dropped him a bunch of OP gear and they're just sitting there all huddled up by the bonfire. It's so stupid, dude. Oh, this game. Guess I'll use the straight sword a little bit just because I have it equipped. That's an interesting fashion statement. Good try. Straight sword, very skilled, guys. I hit the R1 button. Really know what I'm doing. Chat, you have to play the game for years to be that good. Not just anybody could have done that. Takes real commitment. Yeah, people don't level their health. They level it more here than they do in Elden Ring, though. If that was Elden Ring, that guy would have died in 2 hits. Yeah, I never, ever act like a badass if I win with a straight sword. It's the dumbest fucking weapon ever. At least at this level, though, with the straight sword I'm using, it doesn't do that much damage. Right? Like, if I optimized for it and used a different straight sword, I could be doing, like, nutty damage. But thankfully, this one's pretty tame. But it's still, like, just a ridiculous moveset. So even though the AR... What is the AR? 245. But actually, it's still decent. Like, this is... Wow. No, wait, no, it's not 245. It's 215. Excuse me. I was about to say. I was like, wait a minute. Oh no, this guy's probably alone. Well, we can have a straight sword mirror. He actually has the better one for this level range. That doesn't mean he leveled his health, though. Oh, hold on one moment, sir. There we go. Hey! Wow, I'm actually shocked that didn't roll catch him. Might have just been connection stuff. Yeah, that's more what I expected. Oh, straight sword. Like, you roll catch just so for free. And what I really don't like is that a lot of times when you just spam, you'll get roll catches. Like, that's a really stupid thing about straight sword. See, what you're actually supposed to do is go Illithriel straight sword and Lothric knight armor. Like, that's actually better than what I have, right? And you can get Lothric knight armor right off the rip, right? You just farm the guys in the high wall. And yeah, you do that and you get pretty tanky. You level vigor as much as possible and use the Illithriel straight sword and you get decent damage and the frostbite. And you're an early game monster, but yeah, everyone goes Fallen Knight because it's easy to get. But it's not very good. I'm not gonna lie, so this character, I normally wear Thorn armor with the Drake Blood, but this actually looks pretty good, the Drake Blood with the Knight set. I don't mind it. The Knight set is just too good. Like, holy fuck, this set looks amazing. Especially when you change the pants out. And my Bob character, we're gonna go with something like this. Like the Elite Knight legs. So I don't know, man. These Drake Blood legs looking pretty good. What about these? It's not nearly as good. I wish I could make the Knight set have the same armor tint, though, as the Drake Blood. That would really look good. All right, let's get back on Bob. The helmet is cool. Yep, love it. I just had pants and a Pyromancer crown. Which one? All right, back on Bob. I don't ever cheat, to be honest, because I like, I don't want to play through the game if I'm not going to do like some, you know, multiplayer along the way, and I don't like having an unfair advantage and stuff. All right, I think we do Illithrill now. Oh wait, no, we need to talk to Greirat. One moment. The default one? Oh, like the one you start with? Like a little headband? I'm sad Fume Knight didn't come back for Dark Souls 3. Yeah, honestly, I think Dark Souls 3 kind of failed when it came to the fashion. Now, again, I love Drakeblood. I love the Knight set. Like, this Knight armor looks so good. There are good armor sets in this game, but there were just so many armor sets that they could have imported from the other games. And gave them like a really minor texture touch-up, because that's what people have done in mods, and it looks fine. It's just kind of lame that they didn't. Like, there's a lot of really... And, like, the dark armor. The dark armor looks so good in Dark Souls 1, right? You combine it with, like, the iron set or the thorn set and make a really sick-looking combo. But then they make the dark set in Dark Souls 3 look like absolute trash. So, you know, I'll never use it.
Oh, I might have, but...
Alright, another one of these. Don't even have one of these yet. Oh yeah, he sells the Knight set. Assassin set's pretty cool. Okay, we can get lightning arrows now. That's good. Buy a few of those.
Goodbye.
Alright. Time to go to Illithrill. Illithil, or whatever it's called. Oh wait, hold on. I should give the what's her face the miracle stuff here. Hell, I could probably make her a firekeeper now. I think you have to buy all of her stuff. You don't give her. Wait. Did I miss the one in? Oh fuck. Hold on. Those are the two that'll fuck her up. Funnily enough, though, if you give them those books that will fuck her up, but you don't buy any of the miracles, she won't read them, and then she won't get fucked up. And then when she turns into a firekeeper, she'll leave them on the ground. But I think I forgot to get the one in the forest. I guess this is close. Yeah, the dark set in Dark Souls 3 looks like it's about to break apart. Yeah, which is not really good for fashion. Yeah, they're trying to like make a statement about the state of the world, but it just makes bad player option. Gentlemen. You have to farm these guys a bunch if you are a hollow build, because they drop hollow gems. I think only the one up top does, though. I can't remember. But you gotta... The drop rate is so bad, you need to bring the most item find, like, possible. And use a coin and all that stuff, a mimic head. And even then, the drop rate is still pretty bad. Yep, I never came down here. Whoops. You son of a bitch. So I still don't know what's up with this. This is the only dog in the game like this. I don't know if it's like got corrupted when it was pregnant. I don't know if it ate somebody. I don't get it. And it's there, none of the items around here give any clue to anything. It is the thing. It's so intentional because it's the only dog in the entire game that looks like that. So FromSoft obviously did that on purpose. I just have absolutely no idea why. Because if they're trying to imply that, like, it ate somebody or whatever, it's not like the other dogs, you know, haven't. So, like, that is weird. Maybe they were gonna do something a bit more obvious with it, and it just never got finished. And they just left it in. I'm not really sure. You know, we could go fight Dancer. I already know chat wants me to fight Dancer. I'm not against it. I haven't fought her in a long time, and I guess the sooner you do it, the more interesting it is. I'm just gonna say it, I like Vort more than Dancer. Although they seem like homies lore-wise before they, they went crazy. I guess this ring's pretty good. If I make this +4, this is probably the best weapon for her, just because she's actually not that hard to bleed, and this comes with bleed. But we kind of already have the Claymore going, so we'll just use the Claymore, that's fine. Although, I don't know, is she strong to slashing damage? I don't know. I just know the Reinforced Club is extremely effective at murdering her. Like, it staggers her pretty quick, it makes her bleed, takes a lot of damage from it. Yeah, that made sense. I mean, I actually think Vort's a pretty cool fight. I just don't like how his health is low enough that you can kind of just murder him without learning the fight. And also, if he decides to do the breath attack, then the fight's really easy. Right? But then if he doesn't do the breath attack, it's decently hard, right? So that's kind of a silly design. Dancer's kind of though, because if you fight her head on, you have to deal with some Elden Ring logic. And if you like stand to her like leg, I don't remember which one, we'll figure that out as we go, but then she's not nearly as hard. And like the main thing that makes her hard is just if you do her early game, she hits like a truck, right? And you can get 2-shot. It's not so much that her moveset is like harder than a lot of the other bosses. It does have a cool aesthetic though, and like they intentionally gave her like illogical movements, like the timings on her attacks are just completely bizarre. And then they made the music have really fucked up tempo to like match that. Like that's pretty cool. But it is kind of cool though, because if you read her lore, she kind of got like screwed over in every way possible. But Vort seemed to be a homie regardless, so that was kind of cool.
What is wrong? Ankin, are you noticed?
Yeah, she is a very cool fight. I mean, I think Vort's a really cool fight though, right? Like I think he's got a really awesome aesthetic. And his music is giving you a fucking panic attack, and you know, all the ice and stuff. Like I like them both a lot, and Vort is more my style because I like the cool mace. And like when you use his mace, you look like you're too small for it, right? But it looks awesome on him, right? He can handle it, right? So it's pretty cool. The only thing I don't like about Vort is his like hair stuff, like hair twig things coming out of his helmet look fucking stupid. That's like the one thing. Everything else is really awesome though, and I like ice. But yeah, I mean, Dancer's cool too. Sorry, lady. Chat wants blood. You know, I really should put, like, brass on my bar. Also, why is it not starting? Oh, I have to place it. I think that's why. Do I even have any weapon buffs? I would imagine lightning is the most effective, but I only have 4, but whatever. There we go, that's better. Can't believe you'd kill an innocent old lady. Look, I mean, chat wanted violence, so... I like how you just like stand there like an idiot. Like, huh, I wonder why that's happening. It is cool though that like most players will fight Dancer pretty late into the game and they fight Vort very early in the game, but they're like right next to each other. And they're like teammates, so it's just kind of funny that you won't even really think about that in your first playthrough, but then once you realize like the lore and stuff, it's like, oh hey, that makes sense. It'd be cool to see Vort and her, like, when they weren't all Ubar. There's their ghosts in Illithrill, but they're kind of just using the same model, so... Okay, can we not fight over here? That was kind of Elden Ringy. That does so little damage. Chat, she looks an awful lot like an elf. I'm just saying. This is not a positive. That's so Elden Ring right there, because that comes out so fast, you're not gonna reaction roll it. Like, oh, you thought the attack was over? Just kidding. I missed. What are you doing? Lady, you were not even going in the right direction at the start of that. Oh, that's a hell of a weird attack. How did that miss? She really likes doing that. Bullshit. You bitch. That's just dumb. Like, I really don't like this fight, just looking at it again. It's like that attack, I was gonna get a hit no matter what. Like, if you don't roll the first hit, you obviously get hit. And if you roll the first hit, the second hit will hit you no matter what. Now, like, you can prevent that by, like, not standing right in front of her, but, like, I don't think that's very good design. And, like, she's, like, so much like Elden Ring, where it's like, oh, I did a big slam thing with a long telegraphed attack, and then you think I'm vulnerable, and then I do an attack with absolutely no wind-up, and I instantly hit you. It's like, it's just bad. And I've said this before, overall, I like Dark Souls 3's boss design a lot more than Elden Ring's. But you could, I've always said this, you can see the like makings of Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3. Like they start doing some of these techniques and it's just bad. Like it sucks because I think the reason FromSoft is doing it is because they're trying to make sure the games remain like somewhat difficult, but they're doing it in like the worst way possible. Like it's just cheap. Yeah, I honestly am not even remotely looking forward to the DLC of Elden Ring in terms of PvE. Now, I'm looking forward to the PvP and new items and invading and all that. That I'm super looking forward to. But, like, you know, even though I like Dark Souls 3's PvE a lot for the most part, you know, you can see that they're kind of heading towards Elden Ring. I don't think Elden Ring is an accident that it's so, like, silly with, like, all the boss attacks and stuff. So, and I think the DLC is going to be trying really hard to, like, one-up the base game. And so it's just going to be a lot more cheap bullshit. Champion Gundyr is pretty fair. The only thing about Champion Gundyr that I think is cheap is, especially, and once you know it, it's, you know, you can deal with it, but his shoulder slam is really illogical. If you look at, like, his body movement, nothing about the animation would signal that he's going to travel a very far distance, right? It's kind of like if you see this, and, you know, it's kind of logical how far I go with this, right? Like how far forward I go. Now, imagine I'm doing like a telegraph like that, and then I go way the fuck over here, right? And that's kind of how his shoulder slam is. Like when you see it for like the first time, you're naturally going to be like, oh, okay, that's, you know, that's probably not going to go super far. And then he goes across like, you know, a huge section of the stage and hits you in the face. It's just like, what the fuck? But most of Gundyr's stuff is pretty fair. I think most bosses in Dark Souls 3 have pretty fair movesets where like their telegraphing isn't like cheating. The only one, like Pontiff has a couple of attacks that are a little BS, and Dancer has some attacks that are BS, and then like Gundir's shoulder bash is a bit BS. That's about it though. Like other than that, like that's a pretty small. Oh, and the charge on fucking Osiris. Like that is the dumbest shit ever. It's like a 1-frame startup, and then it has like this ginormous hitbox that like, goes everywhere. That attack is fucking stupid. But most of Dark Souls 3 is pretty fair. Yeah, I think Midir's really fair off memory. I know Gale has a few attacks that are kind of Elden Ringy, especially in phase 2. Like, yeah, the cape and stuff. Like, until you kind of know like where those hitboxes are going to be, you're not going to really naturally be able to dodge them, right? It's kind of cheap like that. Gale really is a bit Elden Ringy, like, but I think he's better. Like, he's better than almost every Elden Ring boss I think ever. Because even though he's a little cheap, he's mostly fair, right? It's like a little bit of bullshit with a lot of fair stuff. Where Elden Ring is generally a bunch of bullshit with a little bit of fair stuff. She like never did the grab before, like last fight. I do like the marks she leaves on the ground when she swings. That's really cool. Like that comes out so quick. And she's got a few attacks like that where they come out super, super, super quick, which basically condition you to just kind of like roll anytime she might be doing something. But then she has a bunch of attacks that if you do that, you'll get hit. So it's kind of like, unless you've got the reflexes of like a teenager, you know, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. And again, especially with some of the follow-ups, where like, you know, it looks like she's vulnerable. There's like, psych, not actually vulnerable, right? Like that kind of stuff is just like total bullshit. Because they always make it so like, you know, any amount of recovery frame on your weapon is going to be enough that you get hit if you decided to swing. And they did everything to signal to you to swing, right? But I do think for the most part, Dark Souls 3 is pretty good about that stuff. Like, Dancer really is one of the few bosses, in my opinion, that is horseshit. That's why I've never really liked her, because people are like, oh, she's so cool and hard. She's not really hard, she's more like cheap. And they kind of just started encompassing this, like, mindset in Elden Ring. Like, I've noticed, like, as the games have gone on, they've started to attract a community that, like, really likes having to memorize bosses. Like, it's, Castlevania. And I really don't like that. You know, some degree of memorization is fine. You're not going to find a boss fight ever that being able to memorize something doesn't give you an advantage, of course. But, like, there's a difference between memorizing things helping you out versus a boss basically being designed where you couldn't possibly do it unless you've memorized it. And like Elden Ring is just very much that, and so is this fight. Because like I've done this fight at level 1 with a +0, like years ago, and it's not like, you know, it was just memorizing it. It was just doing it over and over again until I memorized a bunch of stupid shit. I wasn't really even trying on that one, to be honest. Yeah, I kind of remember how much I don't like this boss. It's kind of just lame. But yeah, there's a lot of people that I legitimately don't think know the difference between, like, you know, intuitive decision making and that kind of thing versus just memorizing something. Like, they act like just fighting a boss 100 times over and over again. It's like, it's not really, like, that's not a hard boss to me. Like, that's not interesting gameplay to me. That's just kind of doing the same thing over and over again until you can trivialize it because you've just memorized it. Like, that's just not that interesting. Well, I don't think it's them trying to cater to the wrong crowd. I think it's the Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 were just really legendary for being difficult, even though they weren't actually that difficult, right? They were more like punishing and abnormal. You know, they didn't follow a lot of like typical game design, so you had to learn a lot of stuff. You know, it was more about the scientific process, right? But because Demon Souls and Dark Souls got so popular, like so famous for being difficult, they wanted to live up to that. If you kept making games like Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls, or if you don't change the combat system and stuff, they're just going to be easy, right? Because people have figured the formula out. And that's why like Sekiro was really hard again, is because they changed the player abilities, right? what the player is doing is completely different. It's very different logic. So you have to learn it again, right? Like a lot of players had to learn Dark Souls 1, right? It's not really that Sekiro has like harder bosses. It's more like you had to relearn, you know, from the ground up again. Where Dark Souls 2, 3, and Elden Ring are just very much Demon Souls and Dark Souls, you know, DNA and the way they operate. And so they can't really be difficult for veterans anymore unless you either change the formula, right, like they did in Sekiro, or you make the bosses bullshit. And they very much opted to make the bosses bullshit because, like, oh yeah, players know how to react roll and they know how to not overcommit. And they know how iframes work now and equip load, and they know these things now. So now the bosses just have to be, you know, like nonsense to basically force you to die to them several times to then, or you know, have enough health to not die, you know, if you're like high enough level. But anyway, you know, force you to get like smacked a lot to like memorize. Oh, they do this after this, and then if you're standing here, they'll do that. If you roll backwards, this will hit you. You got to roll to the left instead. And to an extent, that seems they're but the problem is they're in for. Will you fuck off? Like how this guy is just doing like an endless chain of attacks that you can't punish. Anyway, it's not so bad if it wasn't for like they're like enforcing the rules in like a bullshit way. It's like we're making the frame data on the enemy as such that you absolutely must do X, right? Because we're just like, look at what's his name? Phase 2 of what's his name? Mohg. That's the one. Right? So many of the attacks Mohg has in phase 2, it's like you must dodge them in this insanely specific way that nothing about the attack animation would suggest. And you just have to have memorized when he does this, you're supposed to do that. And what I really don't like is it's not even logical. A lot of stuff in Elden Ring and a few bosses in Dark Souls 3, like Dancer, a lot of times what you're supposed to do to dodge it, to not get hit, is like counterproductive, right? It's counterintuitive, right? It just feels like dog shit. It's like, yep, even though the attack, we literally intentionally telegraphed this attack to make you think you should do X, you're actually supposed to do Y. It's like, okay, great. Like, that's just stupid. Malenia is a whole different kettle of fish of bullshit because Malenia, honestly, a lot of her attacks are fairly reasonable, but then obviously waterfowl, or whatever the fuck. You know the one. That move is just bullshit because basically how you dodge it is like in completely contrived. Like, does anyone here actually know how to dodge that attack? 'Cause I figure most people actually don't. If you actually figure out how you're supposed to dodge that attack, it is so random and weird that it's basically abusing like her weird tracking, right? Like you have to stand in like you have to like dodge in a really specific angle and stand in a really specific angle at a very specific distance to just make her tracking not work very well, right? It's not logical at all. It's not, no one will learn that dodge naturally, right? There's nothing about it that makes any sense. And this is the big kicker for me. And this is where Sekiro is better. Sekiro will throw things at you that they have actually trained you how to deal with, right? The game will teach you that you need to parry and how to parry before you fight like that flurry monk guy with the claws or whatever, right? Malenia, you need to understand, you know, X, but the game never hints at X, never telegraphs X, never tells you about X. Nothing else in the game requires X. You just have to somehow randomly figure out X with absolutely no, like, logical thing pointing you in that direction, right? You basically have to look it up online or sit there, you know, trial and erroring it for 100 hours, right? Most people that beat Malenia don't even figure out how to dodge that attack. Like, seriously, most people that beat Malenia are stuck on her for ages, and even when they finally beat her, they still never figured out how to dodge that attack. They just got a run where they didn't hit them that much, so it didn't kill them, and she didn't do it often enough that it was like that big of a deal. That's how most people beat Malenia, is they just keep fighting her, and they figure out all the other attacks, and they kind of figure out how to deal with her flurry attack, and they do well enough, and they're really high level, so they don't get one shot, right? That is terrible game design. And I hate saying this because I love Souls games, and I love boss fights, but it's really hard to deny that, like, a lot of the bosses, you know, there's a few bosses in Dark Souls 3, and then a lot of bosses in Elden Ring are just cheap bullshit. I mean, it's like there's no one is naturally going to figure out how to deal with Malenia, right, at all. Yeah, I actually think she's probably the worst designed boss in the entire series. Aside from that is so bullshit. Aside from like some of the bosses that are so boring, I guess, like that's also bad design. There's some bosses that are just like, you know, ancient wyvern, you know, stuff like that. Oh yeah, Bed of Chaos. How did I forget? Yeah, no, that's the worst boss. Let's not fool ourselves here. That is absolutely the worst boss. I could talk about that boss for a while. Like that one is a real piece of shit. Yeah, it must be this leg. The way that attack is, that this is the leg you should stay by, not the other one. Oh, so it's like that attack right there is so much easier to dodge if you're on this side. And when you're by the other leg, when she does that super crazy fast attack, you're like right at where it comes out, and that's like the worst spot to be. She does have a really unique design though, like aesthetics and music and stuff. It is pretty inspired. But I mean, so is Vort though, like I was saying earlier. It's not like Vort's lame or anything. Like that, look at, that is so bullshit. Like the first attack comes out so quickly, and then the second attack is almost instant, right? So you have to like know she's gonna do that and spam roll. Yep, I hate this boss. This is just absolute Elden Ring. Like, this is the exact same game design as Elden Ring. And like, I just know the DLC for Elden Ring is gonna be so much bullshit like this. Like, they are just not gonna make good normal bosses. They're just gonna use all this cheap nonsense. And the people are gonna be like, oh, it's so hard, it's so good. And like, here's a really good example. Ninja Gaiden, for the most part, is significantly harder than Elden Ring and Dark Souls. But with a few exceptions, they're way fairer with the boss fights. Like, they're way more mechanically demanding, but like the enemy telegraphing is significantly more reasonable. There's a few exceptions. Not every boss in Ninja Gaiden is good, but most of them are. Like this. I know she's got a bullshit follow-up attack now, right? But that comes out so fast that you can't like swing on her and be like, oh, I need to dodge that, right? Like, you have to just know. Okay, get out of here, Elden Ring. It just sucks that that's the future of the series right there. So lame, dude. Yeah, I think the only way you're gonna get like better boss design out of FromSoft is if like they make a new game that has an incredibly different combat system. But I'm actually super worried about this because I love action games, right? Because, you know, I love Ninja Gaiden, Devil May Cry, and all that. And I've noticed as time has gone on that the industry has increasingly started to make bosses like Elden Ring. Like a lot of other games do it now too, and it's because like people are like, oh, people want hard games, and so they're whipping out like arcade, you know, hard, you know, like cheap bullshit to try to get quarters out of you, right? Not, hey, this is actually well designed. Because like Tales of Arise was like that. Jesus Christ. Like a lot of video games use like just like these cheap tactics of like attacks that come out with absurd frame data. And like the big one that I'm seeing so much of that I just can't stand, and I don't get why people accept this, right? It's just like that leap attack on Dancer there. She'll do this big leap attack, right, that completely telegraphs, oh, she's open now, right, if you don't get hit by it. But then then they do like a follow-up attack just like blah, 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 out of nowhere, right, like with no startup frames, right? It's like, how is that good game design, right? It's like you're going to get hit by that, so you literally have to have seen it and then been like, oh, the boss does that, now I shouldn't attack there. That's stupid, right? Like I fucking hate that, and I don't get why so many people are accepting of that like kind of game design. Yeah, people can't tell the difference. So I don't know anything about Lies of P, but I'm worried that Lies of P is just a bunch of that. Because I've heard a lot of people like Lies of P, and it's got good mechanics and stuff, but people are like, oh, it's so hard, oh, it's so hard. But that makes me think it's probably just cheap bullshit, but we'll see. Because you can make very difficult games without cheap bullshit, but those are pretty few and far between these days. Yeah, I really do want to play Bloodborne and see what it's like. I will say though, Demon Souls has like the opposite problem. Like most of Demon Souls bosses are just not interesting enough. They have very little replay value. Demon Souls is very different though than even Dark Souls 1. Like Demon Souls is all about like this boss has a stupid gimmick, and if you figure that gimmick out, you just kill the boss. Like that's like the whole shtick. There's a few exceptions, and those few exceptions are good bosses. Like False King Allant is a good boss. Flame Lurker is a good boss, and stuff like that. But yeah, Demon Souls has very little replay value in my opinion with their boss design. Yeah, they're like puzzle bosses, and a lot of times the puzzle's not even that hard, really. It's just there's just not a lot of like, you know, fun mechanics going on there. Demon Souls is a very simple game, to be honest. You know, I like it. You know, don't get me wrong. I still enjoy me some Demon Souls, but wow, that guy has a lot of health. How had that not enough time gone by to get a burn there? Wait, I do not want to fight Osiris right now. I am not in the mood for that fucking charge attack. Like, absolutely not. I don't know why I'm coming down here. Yeah, I don't mind Dragon Slayer armor. That's a good fucking boss for the most part. He's got a couple of attacks that are kind of trial and error-y, but here's my shtick. I think, and this is where it's kind of tough with Dark Souls and Elden Ring because they're so RPG. Like how much health you have is all over the place. The cheaper an attack is, like the more bullshit it is, the less damage it needs to do, right? The less punishing it needs to be. And if you're going to have a boss that maybe, for example, that attack Dancer did where she would like slam on the side really fast, so you don't want to stand on that side, so you know, it won't hit you immediately and you have a little bit of warning. It's not the end of the world if a boss has some attacks like that to kind of force you to not stand there. That's like the point of the attack. Like Vandictus would do that a lot, where a boss would have an attack where if you were standing in a certain area, it'd be a lot harder to deal with. So don't stand in that area, right? But like I remember there was a giant spider boss that was like that. It's called Hidden or something. It had an attack that came out very quickly. But it was like its least damaging attack, and it was in a fairly small area. So if you were standing in that area, you would just assume the boss was going to do that attack and just dodge prematurely or block prematurely, or don't stand in that area, right? And if you did get hit by it, it was the boss's least damaging attack, right? So it wasn't that big of a deal. Where I find like Elden Ring especially is really bad about that. A lot of the attacks that are like, you know, cheap bullshit actually do insane damage. also, you know, a lot of people, and myself included, like to play these games at lower level. You know, oh, wait a minute. I'm going the wrong way if I want to go to Dragon Slayer armor. But anyway, a lot of people want to play at low level and things like that, and then those attacks will, like, you know, one-shot you, and it's just not very fun. Yeah, I will say the butterflies are kind of dumb in the Dragon Slayer fight. I like the idea, and, like, you can listen to sound cues. I think they're trying to make it like Queen... What's her name in this Dark Souls 2? The one that summons Velstadt? Because that fight's awesome, because when you stop meleeing the Queen... will like always just like do the really slow range attacks. Like she will not come at you. She will stay back. So that allows you to just focus on Velstadt, and then she's just doing these like very telegraphed range attacks, and you have sound cues and everything. And Velstadt, no offense, is like a really slow, you know, not that dangerous of a boss one-on-one. So having that like focusing on Velstadt while she's in the back shooting at you, right, is actually really fair and fun and unique, and feels really good, right? I think they were trying to do that with the butterfly, but the thing is the butterfly sound cues pretty much all sound the same, and some of the attacks just kind of come out with no warning, and they'll cover huge hitboxes, and they're kind of just bullshit, right? So yeah, I do agree that honestly, when you fight the Dragon Slayer armor in the DLC, it's honestly better there. Can I get this guy on his own? I've never really tried this. That was not where I wanted to throw that. Okay. No, don't do that. No, stop. God damn it. He's too smart. He's aggro, but he's not, like, aggressive. He's hanging back. You know what they did here? Oh, fuck. Daddy, no! Not the belt! Don't you This room is so toxic. Oh my god. This guy's a host. And this is the password summon. This guy's still got the buff. I think it just wore off. Okay, that really helps. I ran out of stam. Idiot! That was even the slow guard break. All of that for a soul item. That should have been an armor set, man. This is a very cool room, though. Honestly, I love this whole area. This place and then the library, archives and stuff. Super awesome. And see, like, Twin Princes is, for the most part, a really fair boss. I think the one attack that's maybe a little BS is in phase 2 when they do Excalibur, and then Lothric, like the little shit that he is, does the little follow-up attack with like no warning, right? But at least that doesn't do too much damage. But that's like the one attack that's kind of horseshit. But that is such an awesome fight. It just sucks that most people will overstat the hell out of it by the time they get to it. This guy's buffed. Trying to guard break him, but look, he already regenerated almost all of the damage I did there. Yeah, that little glow makes them do more damage and it heals them constantly. We're like getting them with those guard breaks, though. My favorite Lothric Knight is honestly the Greatsword ones. Those are really fun to fight. I wish they had more HP. I really wish I liked Elden Ring boss design though, because I like a lot of the other things in Elden Ring. You know, jump attacks, crouch attacks, weapon arts, all that stuff feels great. The aesthetic of the game I like a lot. And the movement feels really good. Stormveil Castle is like the most awesome zone they've ever made. So much fun exploring that. Look at that hyper armor. I think we already had the pants. We need the chest and the gloves still. I think if you're an invader, I think these guys buff you. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I think they do. Yeah, the thing is, like, you kind of have to do so much content before Twin Princes if you're like, because if I wanted to, I could be like plus 6 or 7 right now. And then once I go do Pontiff and Yorm and all that, it's just, you know, it's ridiculous, right? You just kill them so quick. But that's why I like keeping my level down and my weapon upgrades down, so that doesn't happen. I don't remember saying anything bad about Radahn. Radon's a cool guy. Way cooler than Melania. The real crime is there's no covenants in Elden Ring, so you can't join like a Radahn covenant. That's just such a crime. Dude's got 1 HP in a dream. Dream dead. Ooh, that was close. It is so messed up that there's no enemy in Elden Ring that drops a longsword. So unless you start as, I think, Vagabond, you can't have dual longswords, which is messed up because if you're a strength build, longsword is better than like dual lord swords and stuff like that. So like they're actually good to have 2 of. So if you start as like you know, a champion or something, you're fucked. I don't know why they did that. It's really weird. So I have like when I played this game years ago, I have a VOD footage out there of doing the DLC at super low level and super low weapon upgrade. And some of it I enjoyed, but some of it was just annoying as fuck. Like Midir is really fun. Like I don't like Demon Prince when you're really low level and really low weapon upgrade. It's just so tedious. It's so long. Like he's got way too much health. Fucking Demon Prince, man. We're gonna need to kill Frida at some point. This guy plays Dark Souls right here. This guy's a gamer. How come when we use that attack it's so lame, but when they use it it's like actually dangerous? Not really fair. I like Demon Prince in terms of like, you know, the lore and the atmosphere and all that, but I don't like it that much mechanically. You kind of, especially if you do it at like really low level and like if they can like one-shot you, it's just kind of awful. It's kind of like, I love Four Kings if you're like the appropriate level to not trivialize them, but not so low that they can one-shot you, right? Because when you, like, Four Kings, when they will, like, one-shot you no matter what, right? It's just awful. Like, you see so many, like, mechanical, like, dumbass things in their moveset. Like, there's this guy called the Urban Orb that made a playthrough of Dark Souls where he did New Game plus 7. Not New Game plus, just New Game plus 7 at level 1, right? And no shield, no magic, all that stuff. So you had to mechanically understand this stuff, right? And it's like Four Kings is, you really just see how bullshit their moveset is, right? There's just so many things you can do that there's no way you're not going to get hit, right? And because if you're at New Game Plus 7 level 1, they will one-shot you, right? And there's just a lot of stuff like that with like Demon Prince. It's not like as extreme, but there's a lot of stuff with Demon Prince where it's like, oh, the two princes happen to be in these two different spots and they did these two different attacks. That's like a perfect frame trap. And because I'm so low level, I'll get one shot. It's just kind of dumb, right? That's not good design. And that happens almost every time FromSoft makes a multi-boss fight. And it's because this combat system is fundamentally not designed for fighting a bunch of enemies at once, right? It fundamentally doesn't work that way. Because even Ornstein and Smo, if you do them with like a +1 weapon, new game, plus 7 or level 1 regular new game or whatever it is, where you can't kill them quickly, right? You can't like 3-shot them. There's things that they can do that you basically can't dodge, right? Or you have to play so passively it'll take you 3 hours to kill them, right? And like Ornstein and Smo are like the least egregious in that respect. So many of the duo bosses are there's just things they can do that are just bullshit, right? And I just don't really like that. Yeah, Deacons are like that too, funnily enough. Deacons are, if you're like really low level or like +0 or New Game Plus 7 or whatever it is that makes them really tanky, they actually are bullshit like that, where good luck not getting hit. The thing is, the pillars don't really matter. It's like that's not really the issue, right? Like if you're always, the way you have to fight Ornstein and Smo to guarantee you absolutely do not take damage if you can't bruiser one of them down really fast, it is just so fucking tedious, right? Like it's outrageous. And like that Urban Orb guy had like a death reel for Ornstein and Smo and stuff, and it's just bullshit. Like the movesets are just like, there's so many things that can happen where it's like, oh, well, Ornstein happened to be standing here and Smo happened to be standing here, and because I have to fight them for like 30 fucking minutes, you're just gonna get hit. And again, it's because the combat system is just not designed to accommodate a bunch of enemies at once. I can't think of a single multi-boss fight that FromSoft has ever made that is actually fair, that you could reasonably fight it for like a long period of time and not get hit if you're really skilled. Yeah, oh god, Skin Duo. Oh my lord. That's the other end, right? Like Ornstein and Smo are the least egregious. They are the most reasonable duo boss fight they've ever done, right? But they still have some bullshit, right? Godskin Duo is the absolute worst. Frida's not like that bad. It's just really boring, right? Like the way you fight Frida phase 2 to not get hit is you just, you run around the edge of the room constantly and you bait out whatever his name is to, do like the leap or the charging, soup slam, right? Because like when Frida's, you're not attacking her, she just does range attacks that are easy to dodge. Now that's boring, right? But it's not like as boring as what you have to do against Four Kings and Ornstein and Smo and stuff. But yeah, if you don't attack Frida, she's not very dangerous in that form, right? And like most of what they do is pretty dodgeable. Like yeah, she goes invisible and there's all these like fire effects on the ground. Like don't get me wrong, like if you're doing a run where you can't take any damage, you're pretty likely to take damage in that fight, right? And there's definitely some RNG in it, but it's not that bad. Where Godskin Duo is just total bullshit. And the reason Godskin Duo is total bullshit is both Godskins are designed from the ground up to be their own boss, fought one-on-one, right? They're completely designed that way. So when you just slap two of them together, it's obviously not balanced, right? Like it's really bad. And most people, like even people most people that do Godskin Duo at level 1, and this is really telling in Elden Ring, you see this a lot. Because in a lot of the other games, people will do things at level 1 and like a +0 weapon. Basically, no one does that in Elden Ring. I don't think I've ever seen someone actually play Elden Ring where they're level 1 and they're using a +0, no magic and all that stuff, and then they beat like Melania and Godskin Duo. 'Cause I don't think you can do it, right? I mean, maybe you can if you take like 8.5 hours, right, per boss fight or something, but like it's just nonsense, right? And that kind of exposes the bad like movesets in my opinion, where like in Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, not exactly Dark Souls 2, but Dark Souls 3 for the most part, you can do it at level 1 and with +0, Because what a lot of people do when they're doing low-level runs in these games is, although they're level 1, they're doing everything they can to get as much damage as possible, so they kill the boss as quickly as possible, so they don't have to deal with the moveset very long. That is 100% what they do, right? Red Tearstone Ring, Pyromancies, weapon max upgraded as soon as possible, weapon resins, you know, everything you can do to try to kill the boss faster, right? Which that's a sign of it like being bullshit, where with the bosses that are more fair, people can, you know, figure out how to do it with like a +0. But like, I have never seen someone do Godskin Duo with a +0 weapon without using like, you know, sleep pots or weapon arts that are OP or magic that's OP and stuff. I've never seen it. Now maybe it exists, maybe someone's a god and has done it. But even if they have, it's so much harder to do it because of the way the movesets are. Same for Malenia. I've actually never seen someone do Malenia with a +0, you know, melee only, no cheap nonsense. Because I don't think you can. Or, I mean, you probably can, but it's like probably extremely unreasonable. Oh yeah, and the input reading. Malenia and Godskin Duo input read you like crazy. I really wish that wasn't a thing. That really stands out as just being cheap. Basically, it's because they don't want you to be able to like get away with certain things or punish certain things. You know, they want it to be like really difficult to heal and stuff. And because like the bosses will naturally give you openings where you can heal, you know, they try to like kind of why am I saving my flasks? I'm not in an invasion right now. Got invasion brain. I've seen Malenia level 1 +0. It took 15 minutes. And he was dual straight sword spam. Yeah, it is a good weapon choice for that. Oh my god. I'd have to see it, because a lot of people that do that kind of stuff are still doing nonsense. But yeah, I'm sure it's like theoretically possible, but I don't think it's reasonable. And it's I doubt it's fun either. Like with the exception of like maybe Dancer and I think. And maybe like Demon Prince. Like Dark Souls 3 is very fun to do at like, you know, low level and a low weapon upgrade. You know, there's only a couple of bosses where it's like, okay, yeah, this is nonsense. Like Osiris's charge is nonsense. But like I find Dark Souls 3 incredibly fun at low level, and especially with low weapon upgrade, right? So you can't kill the bosses quickly. It's very fun. Elden Ring is miserable, right? It is just absolutely not fun to play that way. And like, cause Dark Souls 3, if you play it like, you know, level 10 and, you know, +2 or like +1 or, you know, whatever you're doing, you know, it does play a lot kind of like Ninja Gaiden with like the technical stuff like demanded of you. And it's, you know, a lot of people like that, but yeah, fuck doing that in Elden Ring. I have beat Elden Ring with +0, but I was not kind to the game, right? I had a like level 5 character with a +0, and I beat the whole game, but I did every dirty thing you could possibly do all of the time. Like poison the bosses, you know, kite the bosses, use a bullshit weapon art. Like I didn't do anything nice at all. And then I learned that with the way the matchmaking works in Elden Ring, there is no reason to make like a PvP character and go through the game with a +0, right? The way the matchmaking works, you might as well at least be +3. And I learned that like right after I was done, and I was very angry. I didn't really use Teach because you don't get her, right? Like you don't have her or for a lot of the really annoying bosses anyway. So, yeah, I never really did that. Also, I don't know, I don't mind Teach, she's cool and all, but like, I've always just kind of favored using other, if I am gonna use Spirit Summons, I normally use like, Ogla, or the fuck you say their name, always like them and stuff like that. But I don't Spirit Summon too much because, I honestly, for a lot of bosses, I actually think they make it harder. I mean, it depends. Like some bosses they trivialize and they can kill the boss for you, but there are some bosses where like having a Spirit Ash just makes the boss act really bizarrely, and it's kind of annoying. It's kind of like, I firmly believe this, Radahn is easier without the summons. Now, that might change a bit depending on, like, your weapon upgrades and, like, level and stuff. But, dude, I like every Lothric Knight except this one. They're just bullshit. Like, you can't really reasonably kill them without taking, like, a year to kill them without getting hit. Like, they just do so many attacks. They're never vulnerable. And, like, all their attacks come out, like, so fast. Like, I like the sword ones and the great sword ones, but the lance ones can just go to hell. But anyway, I remember I'm so glad I fought Radahn a second time before they nerfed him. But I remember I fought Radahn the first time and I used the summons, like my first playthrough, and I hated it. It was horrible. And like, cause the boss is just flailing around randomly, right? And, you know, I was low enough level that he could kill me really quick. So it was just like all these random attacks from Radahn, not even targeting me. They just randomly hit me with almost no warning. And it was just, I hated it. Like, it was just absolutely, like, such a terrible experience. And then thankfully before they nerfed him, I fought him again and I did not summon the NPCs, and it is so much better because it's just so much clearer, like what he's doing and when. Now I still think Radahn does have some typical Elden Ring bullshit in it, but not nearly as bad as some of the other bosses out there. And I actually enjoyed Radahn on my second time fighting him. Then they nerfed him and it was like, okay, whatever. But then they buffed him again, but like he's not as hard as he was originally. But he wasn't it. When they first nerfed him, they made him so pathetic. Well, it's not really random, but it's random in terms of like you have no way of predicting it. Like that's what, you know, random is, right? And when and like Vandictus was like this for anyone that's played it. When you fight a boss in Vandictus one-on-one, right? You could understand the AI and you could very much predict like, you know, what the boss is going to do. But when you'd fight a boss in Vandictus and there's like 3 or 4 players, because the boss is target switching and, you know, it just becomes significantly more random and you're not going to be able to like really, you know, be prepared or know like what to deal with. And when you have the summons with Radahn, it's kind of like all these like flailing attacks, you know, it's like this is pretty much random, all right? It doesn't matter if like you can theoretically break down the science like, oh look, he's target switching because this AI is standing here and last did this action and he's more probable to do that. Like no one is going to be able to do that, right? So it's essentially random when the boss is just like flailing around like this, you know, it's essentially random, you know, what attack you're having to deal with, you know, especially the ones that don't have a lot of like startup frames and stuff. It's kind of just bullshit. Also, and this is a real problem with Radahn, and I like Radahn and everything, but like Radahn is so big, and this is a real problem with a lot of bosses in the Souls series. Some of the bosses are so big, and you need to stand, you know, somewhat close to them if you're a melee character. You just can't see what they're doing, right? And when you're fighting Radahn solo, what you can do is kind of continuously back up, right? So you're at like his maximum melee range, so you can see him a bit better, and then you can, oh, he's doing this attack, okay, you react accordingly. But in co-op, because he's target switching all of the time, right, you can't just hang out at like his max melee range because then he's never going to attack you, right? And you're never gonna have aggro and you're gonna be standing there, you know, twiddling your thumbs, right? So you have to walk up to him and smack him, right? But now you're right up to him and now he starts doing an attack and it's like, I can't tell what the fuck that is, right? But when you fight him solo, you just don't have to deal with that, right? Because you can take a few steps back and Radahn, instead of like running around randomly and attacking other NPCs and stuff, he will always come at you, right? So it's a lot more predictable. But that's a real problem in Elden Ring, and I'm trying to think, does Dark Souls 3 have any bosses where you can't really see what the fuck the boss is doing? Like Elden Ring, it happens all of the time, if you're a melee character anyway. Like the Dragonkin soldier guys, a lot of times you can't see what the fuck they're doing. A lot of the big dragons, you can't see what the fuck they're doing. Yeah, the King of Storms a little bit. He's not too bad, because like Radahn, you can back away. But yeah, he is a little hard to see for sure. Ancient Wyvern, if you want to fight him head on, you can't see fucking shit. Bloodborne has that problem. I'll just cross that bridge when I get there. But yeah, I can think of a million bosses in Elden Ring where you just can't see shit, and it's just awful. Like it's just bad game design, honestly. Like I don't have much forgiveness for that kind of thing because yeah, you know how people are playing these games, and like you know if you make these giant ass bosses that you're supposed to stand like right in front of them, you know, if you don't make the moveset designed like for that kind of camera angle and stuff, it's just going to be bullshit. I don't think Dark Souls 3 is too bad about it. I do think Elden Ring is significantly worse about it. Like, Radahn with summons is just terrible. Like, it is so not fun. But yeah, I am just very grateful that I did fight Radahn again before they nerfed him, because if I had not fought him again without the summons before they nerfed him, I would have just forever remembered it as a complete piece of shit boss fight, where at least now I have like the reference of, you know, if you fight him solo, you know, you can see a lot better. That is absurd. Like, just literally just delays that attack forever and then just happen, and then it fires off like a laser. Fucking Elden, like, that's just Elden Ring right there. It's like he's just holding the attack for an arbitrary amount of time, and then it comes out with absolutely no, you know, travel distance. I really do hate that that's become so prevalent in the Souls games, though. It just makes me not really like them very much, like when I do low-level stuff anyway, because it's just, that's not fun to interact with. And like, and with those enemies, it's not that big of a deal because obviously you can just like, you know, maneuver away from them. But like, there's just so much stuff in Elden Ring, and then like some stuff in Dark Souls 3 where it's like, I'm holding it, and then bam, it just fires like a laser, right? And that wasn't prevalent in like the earlier games because they weren't trying to like force it to be hard, right? They were okay with, oh, hey, this player noticed that this enemy is doing this attack and moved out of the way, right? They were okay with that. But now they're like trying to force it. We're like, oh man, look how hard it is to deal with these attacks, right? And so they just like do all this like cheap bullshit like that. And it's everywhere in these games now, and I just fucking hate it. Like Morgott, oh my god, dude, Morgott just constantly does attacks where they're like super delayed, and then when they do finally, okay, will you fuck off with it? I like how I get hit like by a fucking range attack and lose half my life here. But anyway, I just cannot stand with like Morgott. He will have all these attacks that have these like completely arbitrary, you know, delays, and then when he finally does decide to attack, and you can just see it over and over again in Elden Ring. Like the boss will just hold the attack and hold the attack, and then when they finally decide to swing, it's just so fast that you absolutely cannot react to it unless you're a fucking robot or like a human with like the highest reaction time ever, right? You just absolutely cannot do it. And like that is forcing you to memorize it, right? And I every time I see that in like an action game, I just do not want to play it. That is just so unfun to me. And I just don't understand why so many people are okay with it. That's what I really just don't get. Like everyone in Elden Ring, well actually Elden Ring is really split. Elden Ring's player base really, there's a lot of people that don't like that kind of design in Elden Ring that I have seen. But there's a lot of people that defend it, and you know, they act like it's just get good, bro. And it's like, it's not get good. It's like, it's more like do the same thing over and over again until you memorize it, right? This section is honestly cancer because these range attacks do so much damage, and then you can't heal. And if you run past these guys, like, you'll just get mobbed. Honestly, this encounter right here is kind of horse shit. I've always felt that way anytime I've played through it. You can use a shield and it's not that bad, but... There's just a lot of stuff in like the later From games where it does not feel like they designed it where it actually could be reasonably done at level 1 without, you know, with a low weapon upgrade without getting hit. Right, where the earlier games are like that, and the later games are just not. Because there's nothing fine-tuned about when this guy decides to do his range attacks, you know, relative to when the other guys are doing their melee attacks. So you can just get frame trapped, right? Where like no option that you do is gonna work, right? Or you just have to keep backing off, and backing off, right? But you shouldn't have to do that. So what I remember of Dark Souls 2, because that's the one I haven't played in the longest amount of time. It's been so long. But what I remember in Dark Souls 2, it was less of like the enemies doing untuned frame traps, and more of the enemies are just sloppy, right? Like enemies would have like an attack, and the hitbox would be way larger than the attack animation, right? And then I remember there were like spear hollows and stuff that would like do like these quick lunge attacks all of a sudden, and the hitbox would activate like frame 1 before the attack animation even played, and you just get hit by nothing, right? And like that would happen a lot where like there'd be an enemy that was about to start an attack where the damage comes out like frame 1 or frame 2, and you were already swinging, and so you hit the enemy, right? And at no point do you see the enemy do any kind of attack, but because they had decided to do that super fast attack, you hit trade and you both take damage. Even though all you see is you hitting them, right? And you just take damage, right? Like that happens all of the fucking time in Dark Souls 2. That's something that doesn't really happen in the other games. Because although there's a lot of like bullshit stuff in these other games, generally they're a lot better about like the attack animation, you know, matching the hitboxes and stuff like that. And, you know, they have enemies in Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring where they do have attacks that come out like in 1 or 2 frames, right? Like the attack animation or the hurt box comes out incredibly quickly, but at least the animation matches it, right? Like, so you can see that you got hit and it makes sense. But yeah, there's a lot of enemies in Dark Souls 2 that are just absolute dog shit. They're just sloppy, right? Like it just feels like they didn't put a lot of time into them. And I think it's because they didn't put a lot of time into them. I have not honestly examined these guys' moveset enough that I don't really know how I feel about these guys. Because like every attack this one has done is like, you know, reasonable. But like, okay, that right there, the second hit on that lunge, that's kind of nonsense. Right, like that comes out so outrageously quickly. But like everything he did there was like totally reasonable. God, I remember like Hovelins in Dark Souls 2 PvP. Honestly though, I gotta say, before people really understood soul memory, and that is there a mimic in here? I don't think there is. Anyway, before people really understood soul memory, you know, people would just wait around at level 100 or level 120 or whatever, because they didn't know, you know, how it worked. And so I remember doing like duels and stuff and invasions at like Iron Keep, and that was awesome. That was so much fun. Dark Souls 2 PvP, when people are not min-maxing soul memory, right, and not like getting to the highest level possible in the soul memory range and all that, and so they don't have an insane amount of adaptability and all that, it was really fun. There was so much build variety. I don't think I've ever seen more build variety than the early days of Dark Souls 2. So much stuff was viable, you know, and because people didn't really understand soul memory yet, you know, most people were, you know, weren't super high level, and so they didn't have a bunch of adaptability, so, you know, people could roll catch each other, right? And the movesets were pretty fleshed out in Dark Souls 2. That was awesome. Like, that was such a fun period of Souls PvP. Elden Ring has been like early Elden Ring, I think, was the closest to feeling like that, because it is easier to roll catch in Elden Ring than it is in Dark Souls 3 and stuff like that. And there was a decent amount of build variety and that kind of thing, but Elden Ring is kind of like between Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, right? But early days Elden Ring was pretty good. And what sucks is the main reason Elden Ring PvP is not as good anymore, it's still pretty good though, but the main thing that's killing it isn't like what happened to Dark Souls 2. Because what happened to Dark Souls 2 was the player base just understood how soul memory worked and how to manipulate it, and they understood how adaptability worked and all that, right? That's not what happened to Elden Ring, right? What's happened to Elden Ring is just now that people have beaten the game and they're not as bottlenecked and stuff, because in the early days everyone just kind of zerged the main story. Now people don't do that, right? So by the time, let's say you want to invade the capital, by the time people get to the capital, they could be level 60, they could be level 90, they could be plus 10, they could be plus 20. And so it's insanely hard to find activity, right? And when you do find activity, it's just Bob getting carried by his password summon friends, right? And so you don't, because in Dark Souls 3 and in Dark Souls 2 and stuff, you would naturally find people that found summon signs and summoned, you know, help. And so they're like normal players. They're not password summons and stuff, right? But because of the way Elden Ring works, and because you have to use that item to see summon signs, no one summons randoms. No one does that. People really only summon their friend. So like that combined with just the God knows what level they're going to be, and God knows what the weapon level is going to be, it's just outrageously hard to like get inconsistent invasions in a specific area or in a specific level range or anything like that, and it really sucks. And then at higher level, Elden Ring is just weapon art spam, right? Like, it's easier to find games at level 200. Like, it's probably the easiest level range to find people. But level 200 invasions is just people spamming weapon arts non-stop, right? Or like jump attack dual ultras, you know, stuff like that. It's all like really high, the highest burst damage that you can get, and just spamming it, right? And the invaders have to like do a lot of that too, and that's not very fun. But yeah, Dark Souls 2 was just really unique before people really started to understand how to manipulate soul memory. Yeah, I mean, seriously, when you watch even good players like Ouroboros and stuff invade at level 200, I mean, they're mostly just spamming, you know, really strong, you know, burst damage options. You know, there's very little of that, like, back and forth, you know, like, poking and spacing. And you don't want everything to be like that poking and spacing and stuff, because that's, like, Dark Souls 3's problem. But yeah, it doesn't, like, Elden Ring was just so awesome, you know, at the beginning, and when you could get invasions at like level 80 or level 60 or whatever, because it wasn't all weapon art spam, but there was some of it. Weapon art still mattered, right? You had all these unique like special attacks people could do, but then like the fundamentals still really mattered, right? It was a very nice mix of things. Like, holy shit, dude, when level 60 was really active in the capital and Elden Ring, that was so much fun. It is like impossible to get capital invasions now. The capital, I find, is one of the hardest zones to invade because it is so far into the game that, you know, people could have either rushed it and gotten there very quickly, or have, you know, dawdled and gotten there at a very high level, right? Where earlier in the game, it's more predictable, like Stormveil, they're going to have to do it pretty early. And then like level 200, you know, the in-game zones, you know, they're going to be higher level by the time they get there. But the capital's like this perfect middle ground of they could be high, might not be. I should have bought black fire bombs. They are really good for fucking these guys up. I may not even have enough, we'll see. I do like Elden Ring PvP still though, like, uh-oh. Game is minimizing itself. I still don't know what is causing that. It really only happens in FromSoft games in like Dragon's Dogma. I think it's got something to do with like the way I'm doing full screen in OBS or something. Maybe my graphics card is getting old. Doesn't seem like it though. I'm not having like the typical signs of that. I don't know why I'm doing all this side stuff. I could just go straight to Dragon Slayer armor, honestly. But I'm kind of committed now. Oh my god, I forgot about that. The limited orb thing. That's what I really don't like about Dark Souls 2, is like all the people that hype it up and act like it's still the best one, they're cheating non-stop to do it, right? They get their friends to drop them items, or they use a save editor to get all the soul items they need, and they get the weapons pre-upgraded, and, you know, all that stuff so they can just get the exact amount of soul memory they want and put every soul into their level, you know, not into having to buy and upgrade equipment or any of that stuff. And then they, you know, the item dupe the invasion items and stuff, because you can't actually invade as much as you want in that game. They don't let you. There's so much wrong with Dark Souls 2. I actually forgot about that there's no proper invasion item. I remember though, I think I had found a system. It was like you invaded. Will you fuck off? I love how the second I go to pick that up, he throws again. Anyway, you invaded the Abyss area, and when you would win there, you would get a bonfire aesthetic, which is like the best reward ever. Because you could turn that bonfire aesthetic into to like reset loot that would be red eye orbs or effigies or whatever. Yeah, I remember doing that a lot, and that really helped. I thankfully got into PvP in Dark Souls 1 before Dark Souls 2 was ever a thing. So I've been active in every single game. Like, I've never missed, well, other than Bloodborne, I suppose. But that never really had a PvP scene. Bloodborne PvP mechanics are just bad. Like, range spammable parry. Yeah, nothing could be bad about this. Yeah, basically there is no red eye orb in Dark Souls 2. There's just cracked red eye orbs. And if I remember correctly, eventually you can buy cracked red eye orbs. Like, I think if you leveled up in the Covenant or whatever, you could buy them. But there's soul memory. So you have to get the souls to buy them, but then you need to buy more. So you have to get more souls. So your soul memory keeps going up and up, but you're not leveling, so you're getting weaker and weaker. God, I fucking hate Dark Souls 2, dude. Like, they were just stupid. Like, there's no way around this. Like, a lot of their design decisions were just fucking dumb. And like, they tried to fix it with the ring, but the ring doesn't help, right? They added a ring where when you don't acquire souls, but then you just can't get consumables anymore, right? Like, it's just horrible. Like, what you'd have to do is if you use the null soul gain ring, you had to I'm not gonna fight the 5,000 enemies here. You had to farm everything, right? And then if your equipment got broke, you're fucked. But yeah, you'd have to, if you wanted fire bombs, you'd have to farm enemies that dropped fire bombs. And like, there was an enemy that dropped a cracked red eye orb, but the drop rate wasn't very good. And like, you'd have to farm like 1,000 mobs to get 100 red eye orbs, right? And then when you run out, you have to go farm 1,000 mobs again. I mean, it's just terrible. Like, fuck that shit, dude. Yeah, and you had to waste a ring slot. And then see what happens is people now, they just cheat. They, you know, get a bunch of red eye orbs, normally through item duping or their friend dropping it, you know, or save editing. So they get a bunch of red eye orbs. They get their level and their soul memory where they want it. They get all their consumables. You know, they get their friends to drop them already upgraded weapons, so they don't have to put their souls into upgrading the weapon. They get the level they want. They invade a bunch. You know, actually, they back up their save. Then they invade a bunch. When they get low on consumables or run out of red eye orbs, they just reload the save. And they're back. And that whole time, they don't wear the ring. So they can have all their ring slots. And so if they kill a bunch of hosts and their soul memory gets too high, they just reload the save. And now their soul memory is back to where it was. And that's the only way to basically play a character like normally. That's the thing. That's why they do it. But that's just why it's such bad game design. Well, you can farm indefinitely if you get bonfire aesthetics, right? Because I did it. I did it. You would invade and, you know, win in this and get a bunch of bonfire aesthetics, and then you could use those to bring the mobs back. Man, this is just bullshit, dude. Like the timings on like their attacks and those range attacks, like, that's just nonsense. Anyway, yeah, you could always have enough bonfire aesthetics to keep bringing, you know, red eye orbs back and things like that. It's tedious and annoying and awful, but I mean, you could do it. Oh, I forgot to get that loot. Shit. Oh yeah, every game has its problems, but none of the thing is, that's people often use that to defend Dark Souls 2. That doesn't work, right? These things are not equivalent, right? There's a difference between, oh man, my utensil is chipped, versus they gave me my salad, my utensil is chipped, and there's a fucking turd in my salad, right? It's like, it's not the same. Like, Dark Souls 2 just fundamentally did things that run the game. And then everyone acting like the game is fine is cheating to get around the fundamental things that they did to not run the game, right? And it's like, it's actually frustrating because Dark Souls 2 did do some unique stuff that no other game did that I do truly like, right? Like, they have dressing for your salad that's better than any other dressing, but there's still a fucking turd in your salad, right? Or like, none of the other games have like those kinds of problems. None of the other games, like, you cannot tell me any of the other games have anything as broken as soul memory, right? And like, not only does soul memory fundamentally fuck the game, where you basically can't play it permanently, but what you have to do to fix it is like cheating, right? None of the other games have, no, give them a minute, right? Like none of them have problems like that. And like adaptability is just insane, right? It's so counter to like the design of these games. It's like, what the fuck were you thinking, right? It is, I honestly don't get it. I would love to be a fly on the wall for some of these conversations that resulted in some of the game design that is in Dark Souls 2. And it's just weird because they also decided to do a lot of cool stuff that all the other games just refused to do, right? I'm about to scream. I am so sick of all these melee mobs rushing you, where if you dodge their stupid lunge attack, you are like going to get hit by a ranged attack. I'm so fucking sick of this. Actually, wait, I missed one of the items out here, but oh, that's right there. There we go. Anyway, but yeah, Dark Souls 2 just has like fundamental like design flaws that the other games don't have, like at all. Wait, I never opened this door. God damn it. Like, you know, I'm playing Dark Souls 3 again here, having not played it in a really long time, right? And I'm playing online, and I've been invaded, and I've invaded, and so on and so forth, right? I'm not doing that with Dark Souls 2. Not a chance. Because anyone that invades you in Dark Souls 2 is a cheater that is, you know, reloading their save and getting friends to drop them stuff. So they're going to be way higher level than you at the soul memory range that you're at. Because you know what's insane is you can be at level 5 and be invaded by a level 100 if they're a cheater in Dark Souls 2, right? It's just, it's nuts, right? And it's because you literally cannot be a legit invader in Dark Souls 2, right? You can't. Because the soul memory will just fuck you sooner or later, and like there's nothing you can do about it. So it's like anyone that invades you in Dark Souls 2, you know, late into the game is just guaranteed to be a cheater that has an way bigger of an advantage on you than what you see in the other games and stuff. And it's like it's horrible. But anyway, oh yeah, I know what I was talking about. You know, Dark Souls 2 did a bunch of unique stuff that the other games refused to do, right? Like they have an awesome New Game Plus mode where they actually change things. You know, imagine that, and a bunch of new loot and even new enemies and things like that. Yeah, that's awesome, right? Like the Champions Covenant was, I think, done pretty poorly, but the idea was really good, right? The Rat Covenant's awesome, right? There's a lot of like ideas in Dark Souls 2 that's like, wow, that was such a cool idea. You know, but it's just all of it is corrupted from the ground up because the fundamentals are so bad with soul memory and adaptability and so on and so forth. And just the sloppy fucking enemy design. Also, Dark Souls 3 noticeably, I've already seen this, it is so much worse about input queuing. I cannot tell you how often I'm getting hit by an attack that comes out really quickly. Like I hit the dodge button like right as the attack came out. And then, but it doesn't, I don't dodge in time and I get hit. And then as soon as the damage, like right, it happened right there when the you know, recovery frame for being hit is over, I just dodge, even though I'm not clicking the button. Like that is so fucking annoying. Elden Ring is definitely better about that. All of the games use like an input queue system, but they progressively get better with each game. They're like horrible in Dark Souls 1. And in Dark Souls 3 though, I can still feel it. Like right there, I was not rolling. That, like, I was not even touching the B button. It's just, dude, that distracted me so much. I wasn't really playing anymore. But like, Dark Souls 3 is really bad about that. Where, like, you get hit and you were rolling right as the, and this is just bad game design again, because they make these attacks in Dark Souls 3 where the attack animation is ludicrously fast, right? And so you see this like bullshit fast attack come out, and it's so fast that you don't react to it in time and you get hit by it, but you tried to react to it, right? And you click the dodge button. And then and again, I was not even touching the B button. My hand was not even by the B button anymore, right? Which is the dodge button. And then the second your character's done staggering, you dodge, right? Because it like queued up your dodge that got interrupted, right? And then because this game is full of shit, so many enemies will do like some delayed bullshit attack or some super fast attack. And then the follow-up attack is a roll catch that if you're mashing roll. So you try to dodge, you tried to react to an attack, but the attack came out so fast you can't react to it. So you get hit, and then because the game queued up your input, the second you're done getting staggered, your character's rolling, even though you don't want to do that. And then the enemy is doing an attack that is guaranteed to roll punish you if you're mashing, because they're trying to predict you like mashing the B button over and over again, right? And so it will guaranteed hit you, but you weren't mashing. You weren't trying to roll right after the attack. Right? Jesus Christ, I cannot fucking stand that. Elden Ring does do that. Like, it does queue up your input sometimes like that, but it's way better about it. Dark Souls 3 is really, really bad about it, and Dark Souls 1 is crazy bad about it. It's actually, like, infuriating in Dark Souls 1. Thankfully, Dark Souls 1, though, doesn't have enemies that, like, do bullshit like that. But yeah, I hate that, like, Dark Souls 3, they were like trying, I just want to fight this guy, and this room is just designed where you just can't. It's, oh my god, I'm really not enjoying this area. It's all these encounters are kind of just horse shit. But anyway, yeah, I really dislike in Dark Souls 3 all these enemies that, you know, they do these attacks that come out super quick, and then they, you know, queue up your input, and then they gave the enemy like this like roll catch for if you were spamming, but you're not spamming. So you basically get punished twice for no good reason. Yeah, most people just run past these enemies because some of these encounters are just so annoying. It's like ridiculous with the ads. And in the next area, you can fight these guys one-on-one like no problem. All right, let's just go to Dragon Slayer armor. That's enough of this nonsense. I like how when that guy dies, this guy suddenly gets super aggro. Yeah, they're like programmed though to like, if they're like corresponding Lothric Knight is alive, they will be crazy passive. Because they want it to be, you try to run after them to get them and they're like running away from you, and then the Knight gets super aggro and attacks you. Alright, there's loot all over this place, but fuck it, I just want to fight a boss. Might do some invasions after that, actually. Alrighty. That does, see, it just did it again. It's like that roll was not me like mashing roll trying to dodge the next attack. That was just the input from right as I got hit. And it did it again. I actually forgot Dark Souls 3 was this bad about this. Like, I honestly hate that so much. It's like, the only reason you're like trying to hit the roll button is because the attack came out so quickly, right? You're trying to dodge it, but it's so quick that you're not gonna be able to dodge it that way. You have to like predict it, and then they make you roll after getting hit, and then they give the boss a roll punish. I don't think that's intentional though, by the way. I don't think the devs did that on purpose. I think that's a complete accident. Now it is on purpose that a lot of enemies have attacks where if they're like predicting that you're roll spamming like this, that they're guaranteed to hit you. They did do that on purpose. They made like the attack timing like magical, at the perfect time for like your recovery frames. And I do think that's pretty contrived, but that's not that big of a deal. What makes it stupid is the fact the only reason you're rolling is because it ate your input and it's making it you execute it after the fact. Now you can stop it. If you think the game is going to force you to do like a queued up input, I think you can like click any other button and then it won't do it. But then you have to do something else, right? You have to like swing, or you know, you have to make the character do something, which can be bad as well. But it's just fucking terrible. Like anytime it happens, it just makes me want to not play because like it's so fucking bullshit. I'm like, okay, I don't want to play this. Like, it's bullshit enough that some of these bosses attack so... See, right there, I'm not touching anything, and it makes me fucking roll. I honestly forgot Dark Souls 3 was this bad about this. Like, I'm actually hating this. And it's just gonna get worse as I get older because your reaction time gets worse when you get older. So you're more likely to have attacks that come out fast enough that you're not gonna be able to react to it in time. And then the game is like, oh yeah, now you're gonna roll though. I don't know why I just did that R2 because this is not Elden Ring and that really isn't worth anything. That's an actual stagger, like where he won't attack when he falls over. Those are pretty rare. Like, that comes out so fast, dude. Not the fast attack in this game, though, by any means. That probably would have killed me if it had hit me. One thing that sucks about this boss, if you want to be really like elite, you need to play with the music off because it makes it hard to hear the butterfly. That attack he just did, though, is like the one attack he does where he delays it a bunch and then it fires off like a laser. But you can get farther away from him and then the attack has to travel and then you actually can react to it. But if you're close to him, that you have to just memorize it. I will say the one thing I like about this boss, and I do like this boss overall, the few attacks that he has that are like so fast, they're kind of bullshit. They're the shield attacks, and you can just not stand close enough to him that you're gonna get whacked by them, and you can just not attack when he's blocking, right? So for like the kind of bullshit attacks that these games do where they come out like super fast, those are some of the most reasonable ones because it's basically there to get you to not be aggro on him, right? That's kind of the point of them. He's not like randomly throwing them out and like, lol, you get hit, right? You can obviously prevent them from being an issue. Yeah, he did die kind of quick. I think he's weak to piercing damage. So I noticed when I did him with R2s, he was getting kind of creamed. That kind of shows, though, how Dark Souls 3 is not scaled very well. Because like, you're supposed to fight Dragon Slayer armor pretty far into the game, right? He's meant to be fought after Yorm, Aldridge, Pontiff, all that stuff. And like, I'm just using a +4. I mean, seriously, I'm level 36 +4. And I can kill him that quick. I think he feels best when you're using like a +2, I would say. Although I won't lie, Claymore is also just really good, right? I've been noticing that. It's just a very good weapon for these bosses. Because we've killed some bosses at like weapon upgrade and level ranges where normally they would take a while, and the Claymore is making short work of them. Yeah, Claymore really is no joke. Well, we can't actually do the archives here because you have to do the other bosses. All right, let's invade a little bit. Although I might need to switch to my other characters because this character is at an awkward level range, I'm noticing. So let's kind of peek around here real quick at what we got. Yeah, a lot of great swords are just really good. Yeah, I know Lucatiel's one's really good. I know that's like a stupidly good weapon, but I don't like it. I just don't enjoy the moveset very much. I've never liked that type of great sword. It looks nice though. And yeah, it's very, very good. It's good in PvP too, as well. But, yeah, I just don't like it a lot. Never actually seen anyone use it on Gale, but wouldn't shock me that it fucks him up. Oh, there we go. I do wish we had named this character Bob. I think Bob with the Great Club is just perfect. Okay, I don't have Cantring on right now. Probably should change that. There's not that much gravity in this place, though. But when you need it, you need it. I mean, I'll know if I'm gonna do some gravity nonsense. I don't know if this guy is a Phantom or not. We have manly weapons. Looking like no Phantom. I should not do a vanilla R2 like that. I should condition him for the R1s and the charged R2. That's when the like non-charged R2 becomes really useful. I like this guy's fashion, just a Black Knight, though with Spike Club. That's pretty cool. I dig it. Oh, he fell for the classic. I'm surprised I wasn't far enough to get my hyper armor there. Fucking backstabs. Should R2 to prevent it. Woo! He does some damage. That was just a rolling attack, which does less damage than a R1. Almost. Should have medium charged that, I suspect. I should have free aimed that. That would have worked. I gotta remember, you should almost always free aim the R2. If you free aim it, you can turn it on a dime. Where, not a nickel, by the way. But if you locked on, it doesn't let you do that. I deserve that. Fucking backstabs, dude. I'm kind of surprised I'm not getting my attack off there. I must not have enough poise. Like, I'm not wearing super heavy armor. That's probably why. That is so far into the animation. That was super laggy. Why did that not hit? What the fuck? I'm just being impatient. He's got way more flasks than me, so I shouldn't be stupid. Yeah, he got a lot of flasks. And that guy can almost one-shot me. That's insane. He does a lot more damage than I do, I think. I've definitely hit him way more than he's hit me, but because of the flash difference, I might actually lose, but we'll see. Actually, our damage is pretty comparable. It's really just the Ember form. Forgot about that. Like, we're both chunking. Ooh, that was a lot of fun though. Good old classic big boy weapon off. But yeah, we were actually both like really doing big damage. It was just I think the Ember form was making it look like I was doing less, but I think we're actually doing pretty comparable damage there. You gotta use the R2s on this weapon though. That's how you get hits, is the mix up. You get them used to either the non-charged one or the charged one, and then do the other one and stuff like that. Like the whole purpose of the weapon. The weapon he was using, the main thing is actually the weapon art, but it's not very, honestly, it's not that great in 1v1 because it's easy to see coming. But like if you're like by yourself and you're fighting 3 people and they're bleeding like stupid aggro, a lot of times you can hyper armor into that weapon art and just like obliterate someone. It's kind of awesome. I think I have it. Yeah, I got it right here. I'm pretty sure I have it on me for that very reason. Where are they at? I think they're already past me. What it sounds like. Huh. That's weird, because it sounded like they were above me. What? What on earth could they have been fighting? It's like they backstabbed something, but it wasn't that Lothric Knight. I don't know. I'm confused. Well, there's the host. I want to throw that out without the R1 a few times. Try to condition them. Damn. I don't think they even saw it coming. It was just coincidentally they were really slow to react to it. Hate flasking here, but having full health is nice. Well, that guy kind of threw. A man just walked into a fully charged R2. Love it. Also love it. I should have like rolled towards where I thought he was gonna go and done my rolling attack. I'm really bad about doing that with this weapon. Ooh. Think I won that trade? This guy thinks he's got the Ultra Sword from Elden Ring. Yeah, that guy is falling for the R2 thing. It's just his reaction is so slow that it's too late for the R1. Who the fuck even uses those in this game? I say that as I land a leaping attack, which is another thing nobody uses. So I did not see this guy right in front of me. I thought it was the wax guy, which is why I just stood there. Damn, that hit me from like a mile away. As did that. Oh, he's out of healing. I might need to use a faster weapon because he's going to be super passive at that low of HP. So it's not very useful to have such a slow weapon here. Sucks, but this is what it is. Oh my god, don't crash, game. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the game minimized. I am so lucky that guy was being a pussy because he could have just murdered me there. That is insane. He must have the piercing ring or whatever it's called. Well, that was unfortunate for him. The bad thing is it put me on a spot in the level kind of away from them. I think, damn it, you can't drop down here. I don't even know if I can get back there. Oh no, I can go up the ladder. What am I thinking? Excuse me. I think that blue had the ring on where you do more counter piercing or like counter damage if it's a piercing weapon. That was insane how much damage he did. I like how the white was just so low on health that he just wasn't helping. Which, you should not do that. Like, yeah, it's bad if you die, obviously, but if you stop helping, you're already dead. So, there's no reason to do that. Oh, that was silly. Let's try a different level range here, though. I do like the archive, though. It's fun. There's not a lot of gravity, though. That's the one thing I don't like about it. Although we got the blue because of gravity, so. But that's rare. That doesn't happen very often. I like how there was a different blue before that, though, that just literally ran into a fully charged R2 and just died, so. That one was pretty silly. I do love explosive flasks. I swear, next time we do Elden Ring, we need to do that again. People are a lot more aware of it now, though. It's harder to pull that off. That was so bad, though. I was right on that white, and then the game minimized. Like, I could have died so easily because of that. But thankfully the white was like panicking and the host just happened to not be near me. Because if they just mashed R1, you know, just like they normally were, I would have died. Oh, I got a blue boy. Oh, joy. Okay, can you not? Like, we gotta have some kind of fighting here. Oh, here we go. I swear we're not playing Elden Ring right now, but you could fool me. Oh, fuck. Oh, I don't have cat ring on. One moment. Got hit because of that, but fuck it. There we go. You know, if he wants to go summon a white or something, I would let him, but I don't think he's going to. Oh, more blues. Never mind, it's fine. Fucking fireballs. I am shocked that was a backstab, because I could see my sword going through his face. Normally that makes it not do it, but... Yeah, I'm getting tired of the fireballs, I'm not gonna lie. I like how, now that I'm on the guy with the fireballs, the other guy's throwing firebombs. Stop it. It's annoying. Well, rip that guy. That was like so projectile heavy, and normally, you know, that's an Elden Ring thing. I don't see that often in Dark Souls 3. So there actually is a Carrion Retaliation type shield in Dark Souls 3, but it doesn't work really. Like, you can spell parry, but it doesn't do anything. Like, it makes the spell not hit you, but it won't reflect it back at them, and it doesn't spawn the swords. to like, you know, shoot at them or anything like that. So it doesn't really do anything, unfortunately. But it does exist. Also, I hate the sky here when you've like beaten the game. I really wish that wasn't a thing. Looks terrible. Elden Ring does that too. I try very hard for my characters to not have their world like that in Elden Ring. But it's kind of annoying because you have to do the wrong warp to get to Farin and Missoula. And then just never fight the fire giant, essentially. I don't even remember. How do you get summoned as a blue in this game? Oh, right. Covenants exist. Yeah, you just put the covenant on. Right. I really should put the blue on. We haven't been a blue this entire time. Let's try the catacombs. I really do like the fashion on this guy, though. I'm kind of digging the Drake blood. There we go. So weird how you get to the front of the catacombs. You have to go to the zone, like 2 zones back. I don't get why they just didn't put a bonfire right here. You know, what I honestly need, that one mod in Dark Souls 3 that I don't mind, and it's not cheating, it's just convenient, is the Wex Dust mod. It allows you to invade everywhere like you can in Elden Ring. I might get that because that doesn't cheat in any way. And it just makes it easier to get games. And it also allows you to like, because the problem is if you play through the game at a low level, whatever zone you're in, you're probably not going to find anybody because you're supposed to be higher level. Where if you can invade everywhere, you'll get something, right? And you get some unpredictable areas. You get the swamp and the forest and shit like that. So I might get that mod. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe it broke when they updated the Dark Souls 3 recently. I don't know. Just ask Cairo. Yeah. All right, here we'll put the blue on. Might want to try a higher level because we're not getting a lot out here. I tell you, earlier today when I was invading a bit during prime time, I was getting non-stop games, which is pretty cool. Yeah, that mod is a huge convenience. And it's not, what I like is it's not a convenience that's cheating, right? Because a lot of people act like, oh, I'm just doing it for convenience. And they've got 99 of like consumables they wouldn't actually have otherwise, right? That's not convenience, that's just an advantage. But yeah, Wex Dust really isn't like that. Also, there's a mod that lets you see if someone's cheating. Because some people cheat in ways that are very unnoticeable. Like they'll give themselves unlimited endurance. But it's kind of easy to not notice that. And there's just all kinds of stuff like that. And it'll let you know that they're doing that. And you can disconnect yourself from them automatically. And that's really nice. Because I remember when I used that add-on, I was shocked at how often it would detect cheaters that like I would not have thought were cheating otherwise. Because a lot of people that like are kind of sweaty and but they want to have like an unfair advantage and stuff, they'll try to do it in a way where they want their opponent to think they're legit, so they feel like, you know, oh yeah, that guy thinks I beat him, right? That kind of thing. And yeah, they'll just cheat in really subtle ways, like having slightly higher stats than they're supposed to, or you know, having unlimited endurance so they can roll as much as they want and things like that. Man, there really is a lot of cheating in Dark Souls 3 though now, because it's such an old game and most of the people that are playing it are either just casuals playing through it or really sweaty people. Like, holy fuck. Like, you watch streamers playing Dark Souls 3, like in Londo and stuff, it is just non-stop cheating. And, like, they justify it where, like, everyone else is cheating, so it's, like, fair. But they'll have, like, camera cheats where they can, like, see where the host is at when they're not supposed to know where the host is at. So, like, if the host is hiding or trying to, like, lose them, like, try to, like, make, like in Londo, maybe their Phantom died, so they're, like, trying to move around the level in a way so their pursuers lose track of them. So they can resummon their friend, right? But they'll use cheats to just see where the host is at. You know, shit like that. It's so prevalent. It's actually really hard to find people in Londo that aren't cheating in some way. I don't know what mod lets you do that, but I've seen loads of people do it. Like, just even streaming it, you know, just like to the public, like just straight up cheating. I think it's just Cheat Engine. I think it's just something in Cheat Engine that lets you do it. Dark Souls 3 is not very good at detecting Cheat Engine, unfortunately. It can detect certain things that it does, but people learn which ones those are, and they just don't do those things. So there's a way to back up your save, and you can use like a crack thing where you can basically use your save file on a different Steam account. And so basically Dark Souls 3 bans once a week. So you can cheat like crazy and not get banned, and then when the week is up, then you get banned. And so what some people do is they cheat like fucking crazy, get banned, and then use their save file on a family shared account, so they don't have to you know, play the game again or any of that. They don't have to buy the game again, and then they don't get banned again for a week. So these guys are playing very weirdly. This guy is just mashing R1 there. So I do get why the Claymore is really liked in PvP, because its R2 is in a way... Dude, I'm trying to talk and this guy is just mashing like an idiot, which all I have to do to counter that is R1 myself. But anyway, all you have to... like, you can condition people for like the timing of the fast one, right? And then do the charged one and things like that. And you really can roll catch and stuff. So it is pretty sweet. Kind of weird to flask right in front of me like that. So I suspect that guy is new, because I find that new players generally do one of two things. They either mash like a motherfucker, right? Just mash, 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 mash. Or they're, you know, passive like you wouldn't believe, right? So I suspect that guy, most people are passive when they're new, like overwhelmingly. They just run away, hide, 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 you know, super reactionary completely, right? That kind of thing. But some people are like outrageously aggressive when they're new, and I think that's what that was. Which is kind of funny though, because I kept trying to like talk about R2s and I was getting smacked in the face. Man, I love halberds in real life. I pretty much never like their playstyle in these games though. Which sucks. I can tell by this guy's movement, he's at least PvP'd some, which is probably going to result in this being like a turtle fest, but we'll see. One moment. Definitely tanky as hell. Dude, hosts, if they do what I'm doing, right, where they've got like all health in their level ups, they're just so tanky because they have Ember form, so it's nuts. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. I actually don't mind that he's summoning, because otherwise it's just gonna be, you know, Dark Souls 3 things. Howdy. Oh, he's got the, my baby. This guy's gonna be all surprised, Pikachu, that I don't just run into 2v1. Will he use the R2, though? Wait, is he using the other one? Because the other one doesn't have the super awesome R2. I might want to switch weapons if I have to chase here. Like how his host is just running away. Bravery. He's probably just gonna run to the boss. This guy seems like someone that can't take an L. Wait, he went the other way. This player base, man. Back to people, run! That mob just killed himself. I like how this guy just will not fight, even when he's got phantoms with him and the mobs, right? He's just not having it. I do so little damage to this guy. So deserved. Oh my god. What's so great is he didn't open the gate down there, so he can't use that shortcut. So like he got nothing done there at all. You have to open the gate, otherwise it's pointless. And now his souls are in like the worst spot possible. Jesus Christ, that guy was such a pussy though. Like what the hell, dude? And he was like Omega, you know, overstatting me too. He doesn't want to 1v1 me, which is fine. He doesn't owe me a 1v1, so he summons a friend, which that's fine. But then he doesn't want to fight the mobs, right? I barely did any damage to that guy, too. Why was he attacking the blue? Oh, hey, it's that guy from before. He has projectiles, so I have to be wary of that. They're being super reactionary, like. Uh-oh. That could have been bad. Good thing they're pretty, passive. Oh, let's go. The host trapped them. Like, if the host had rolled off to the side, the blue could have gotten out, but... Chat, can you believe it? We're like using R2s and they're actually hitting people? Crazy. Well, team player, yeah. I'm actually surprised he didn't roll off though, because most people that get hit here will panic and like, you know, get out. So I'm surprised he didn't. He like was like rolling forward, I think, or something. Let's try the catacombs again. We haven't really had any catacomb invasions. It's coming back. They weren't really being aggro. This is something you see a lot of hosts do. They're aggro until they're within swinging range of you, and then they just stop, and they're hoping that you swing, and then they'll swing. That's what a lot of people do. Like, they'll always run at you, but only up until they're right outside your swing distance, and then they stop. And they're hoping, like, you do something. Although at the end there, he was swinging a lot, but... I meant, like, before. Damn. Normally, Cathedral and Catacombs are kind of equal in activity, but... does not seem that way. We could try the archives again. I'd like to at least get one good invasion in the catacombs. Like, come on, game. It's so cool down here, though. You got the light coming through. Like, look at this place. Awesome. And then I get shot in the back by a great bow. I've done that to someone. I had the obscuring ring on in the corner. They thought I was, like, over there. And I, like, snuck behind them and got back there. And they were, like, dicking around here. And I shot them off. It was great. All right, we got someone, boys. Hopefully it's not some bullshit. I hate when you invade here because it activates the boulder and it kills these enemies. Otherwise, like, the host would have to actually fight them, and like those are really useful enemies. It's really stupid. Like the worst spawn in the game. Oh god, I don't think he's got a phantom. I'm sorry, sir. You are a Claymore bro, so I appreciate that. I deserve that. Oh my god, it queued up an input. I could have gotten so wrecked there. I should not have charged that. I'll let him fight the skeleton here. I normally am not that nice because I don't want to like make people expect honor. Also, it's like, if it's like, you know, actually a newer player, you want them to kind of get the idea of invaders, you know, like a hostile enemy. And then if they beat you and you're, you know, they're gonna feel like amazing when you're playing like that. Also, they have more flasks than you, so it's generally a good idea to get some flasks off of them at the start if you can. But on the flip side, you know, I don't want the fight to be boring, so. If only he wasn't blocking. That was a slip up there. I'll give him a bow because there we go. Hello, Claymore user. I try to be like brutal as fuck in all these games, but I also try to be a good sport, right? I don't want to like taunt people and stuff. I'm not trying to make people miserable. But I don't like following made up rules and like, you know, honor bro stuff. Because these games are inherently really unfair. You know, you're generally invading people higher level than you, but you're more prepared than they are, but they might be more prepared than you are sometimes. And there's Ember form and run arcs, and you know, it's so asymmetrical. I don't like doing the arena is for the honor bro stuff. Uh-oh. You don't get iframes in this game when you spawn. That was so fucked. Not only were both of them right on top of my spawn, but that weapon at that range where there's two of them like that, that is super nasty. That was awful. Let's see if I can regen that health. It never happened. Damn, this mob's gonna go die. I should help him, but I'm kind of low on health. I don't want to flash because of that awkward range. I'm like way more one-shottable when I'm down on health like this, but not missing enough health that I want to flash. Ooh, he a tanky boy. Well, at least they didn't kill the mob for free. They had to work for it a little bit. Okay, do not fat roll with that. Oh my god, do I have a great bow? I might. Oh, baby. There is the wind arrow that can, like, knock people, but I don't know if I have that one. Damn, I was wanting to get more health back. How dare you play the level? That's what I normally want them to do. Honestly, if it gets them to play the level, though, I mean, I'll take it. Hey, pretty R1 mashy. Oh my god, my firebomb missed. That's so lame. Oh my god. Almost killed myself there. Boy, that has sucked. I am not used to the throwing arc on these things. Honestly, I didn't even need to heal though. These guys are gonna be really passive, it looks like. I always get confused when people play this way. It's like they want you to walk into them and die when, you know, they won't walk into you when you're the lower number, right? It's just so weird. This character should have Obscuring Ring. I might want to switch weapons just because they're being so reactionary. Oh my god. Thankfully, we're almost full health. There we go. Jesus. You know what? It's not super good here, but I like it. Love axes. And this is kind of a mashy situation, so it might be alright. Can you buff this in this game? You can. Chat, I'm a Stormhawk axe. This does so much more damage, Jesus Christ. Ow, I fucking hate that in Dark Souls 3 when you can like combo someone like that. Happens in Elden Ring too, even though it's not supposed to happen in Elden Ring, but like they get like 3 hits guaranteed off of one guy hitting you. That sword's really good at doing it because it staggers you for so long. God, these guys have such an advantage, and they're just playing like the biggest pussies on the planet. Like, they hit me once, and I'm almost instantly dead, and they're just gonna stand around like this. Okay, I do have a great bow, but I don't have the Millwood one, but there, we'll see. Hold on. Yeah, I don't have the ability to do the shockwave, which sucks because I think you could kill them here. I can still shoot him in the face though. Nope, not that one. See, I don't have the stats to use it properly, so it doesn't do that much damage, but that's still satisfying. Oh, I hate hosts like this. Because even when you're fighting them, they don't, you know, they're just being completely reactionary. And the game minimized again. Holy shit, why does it keep doing that? And if that happens in, like when they're just like right on top of me, I'm just gonna instantly die. Almost any invasion that'll happen. I would go poke at them while I'm at full HP so I can go back and regen, but the way these guys are playing, if I do that, they're not gonna really get it, and they're just gonna think, oh, if we just keep waiting, he'll eventually come to us. Most people don't even realize you are regenning. God, I just cannot imagine playing like these guys. Like, if it's me and Cairo, If my teammate wanted to play like this, I would just yell at them. Like, they act all cheeky, then the second you walk at them, they run away. Like, ridiculous. That guy's so lucky he hit the wall because it makes his recovery shorter. What I find funny about this is they act like you're the one that's being a coward when they're the ones that have the advantage in their... It's always so weird to me. It's like they can't figure out how to be aggressive when they outnumber you, and they expect the person that's outnumbered to be aggressive, right? It just makes no fucking sense. Oh, that was a mistake. Oh, look who's running away now. Oh, geez, I wonder why. Look at this guy trying to leave the area. He alt F4, dude. What a loser. He spent all that time taunting and being just completely incapable of being aggressive, and then it's 1v1, and all you do is run away like a bitch. What a joke, dude. I love how he tried to leave the area. It's so funny. Alt F4s are better than kills, though. It's like the ultimate defeat. I love it. Also, when you Alt F4, your invasion timer doesn't trigger, so you can be invaded again. Also, it's not in Elden Ring, but in Dark Souls 3, if you Alt F4 like that enough, you can't summon co-op partners anymore. You have to do it quite a bit, but you can still be invaded, but you can't summon teammates. That was so pathetic. Yeah, it is possible I could get them again, which would be really funny. If I win this one quickly, I might try. Like, if this guy's turtling, I'll probably just bail. Let me go play more here. Well, that was quick. Gravity's gotta eat, man. It's, you know, the god of this world. Yeah, there was a time, this was like years ago, but there was a guy in Cathedral of the Deep was like a huge bitch. And anytime his phantoms would die and he'd get caught, he'd Alt F4. but he kept hosting like right away. He kept like using dried finger and stuff. So what I would do is I would time it because I know how long it takes to like, you know, let the game close and then load up, go through the loading screens and all that. And I timed it, so I would just I kept getting him over and over. And we made him Alt F4 like so many times. I'm pretty sure he got like soft banned is what they call it. Good times, man. Good times. Oh, we got him. Let's not throw. We're probably already down here. No, maybe not. We're probably in the, yeah, right around here. I think on the other side of this wall. Damn it, I should have been one-handing. I would have gotten him there. Where'd my Skelly Bro go? These guys really are just mashing R1, and I fucking hate that weapon because kind of like straight sword, you can be an idiot with it and roll punish without like meaning to. Like if you're just mashing R1, it naturally roll punishes, and it's really annoying. It's not that big of a deal in a 1v1, but when you're outnumbered, it's just stupid. I shouldn't have flashed though, because these guys are such pussies. There's no reason to. They literally want me to just walk into them as they brainlessly mash R1 and running attacks. That's like all they do. And it's just really effective with that weapon when it's 2v1. What? Damn it, that was so close to working. What sucks is that weapon is just so broken. It's like they can murder these mobs so easily. I bet you if I kill the white first, I can make the host Alt F4 again. That'll be our goal here. I just love how if there's no mobs around, they still can't be aggressive. Like, they just have to be reactionary. Probably Flamberge is better because I don't think I'm gonna R too much. That's what I want to see. That fall damage. I think they realized that they take fall damage there. Actually, really don't need cat ring in this part. How did they get hit by that? Jesus Christ. Like, they saw it coming a mile away. The host died. What an idiot. I just love how those guys can't one-on-one at all. It's so funny. I wish, though, the Phantom had been the one to die to gravity, not the host. But I'll still take it. Dude, they're terrible. Like, they can't play at all unless they just, have, like, the safest scenario where they can just mash R1. Die to the bull. Oh! Not go blue time. Yeah, if we'd killed the white first, I think he would have ult F4'd again, and then we could have gotten him again. Wow. I would not have expected that. I don't know what killed the red. I don't know what happened there. I think the mob can hit invaders, and I think that's what happened. That's kind of disappointing. I'll say my presence mentally shook the red, and that's why he died. Totally. I wish they would do a better job with the Blue Covenant. Like I've said a million times, you gotta make it so when you fail, you lose something, like some souls, so casuals don't do it. So then the people that want to do it can get games really quickly. It'd be so much more fun if the queue time wasn't so long. And I really think this players should have blues on by default, and if they don't want the blues on, they should have to take it off. 100%. A lot of these noobs get invaded and they want help, but they don't even realize they can put the blue thing on. Let alone that they can put it on mid-invasion. You don't have to have it on in advance. I'm normally pretty nasty when I'm a blue. Like, I don't try to honor duel at all. And I know what weapons are hard to deal with when you're fighting multiple opponents. That's why, like, I normally switch to this or something. And like an Elden Ring, I switch to an S-Stock. Because if one guy has an S-Stock and can, like, mash the running attack, it's just so cancer. However, I don't have delusions of grandeur, right? When I kill someone 3v1 as a blue, and I'm probably higher level than them, I don't taunt or anything. It's like, yeah, it's really unfair. Now, I'm not like, oh man, I beat a red 20 levels lower than me, if not more. Point down. I just love when that host was by himself and there were no mobs anywhere. All he did was run away. Oh my god, it's so satisfying. Then he died to gravity. All right, let's try Cathedral. Or maybe, hold on, maybe try something higher level. Some of my higher level characters I'm like scared to play because they have weapons I know I'm not as comfortable with, and because I haven't played in so long, I'll be bad. Like my dual swords character. Jesus Christ. I really should have made Mordred someone that uses one of the weapons that shoots a laser. I feel like I fucked that up. Like Pontief's greatsword. I used to have a character named Mordred with Pontief's greatsword. This level range never was super active. I actually don't remember the combos with the, I think it's like something like that. Oh god, this is gonna be a problem. It's not that. The shitty thing about these weapons is, when you tag somebody, you need so much time to do your true combo that like their teammate will probably just smack you. They're a lot better in 1v1 because of that. They don't really have a moveset like this in Elden Ring, do they? Am I crazy? Like this cross slash at the end? I can't really remember what, you know, I mean, dual curve swords in Elden Ring, everyone just spams the running attack. Because it's not this, right? It's big lunge, stupid shit, multi-hitbox thing. Okay, not really getting anything out here. We could go back to Bob, do a little bit of PvE. We are close to Pontief, and that's a really fun boss. There is this character. That character is so nasty, though. I try not to use it much. It's like OP as fuck. And I don't know what the hell Green is. Well, the other Green, because there's two characters named Green. The 35 one. I think that's the character I used to get Pontief footage, but I'm not actually sure. I need to check. Pontief is one of my absolute, if not my favorite character in the entire franchise. And like, in terms of like artistic stuff, I really do like Dark Souls 1, right? It's like, I think the game in the series with the most artistic stuff like behind it. It's not like a cash grab or anything like that. The other games are kind of just tacked on. But Pontief is just so awesome, dude. Especially because he is just like, when you play Dark Souls 1, right, and you got Gwen and Gwendolyn and all that as like the antagonists and stuff. And all these monsters and stuff. And then over here, you've got Pontief Sullivan, right? He's like fucking Lelouch from Code Geass or some shit. Like just behind everything. He's just awful. He's got grand plans, right? He's just, it's so different than any of the other antagonists. It's kind of, oh, Hanako Blue again. But it's just kind of refreshing having a, you know, tyrant like that. And then you meet his mother. Chat, being a blue is, it's tough. I like how we get 900 souls. I think they killed something at the last second there. Really tough stuff. I think those guys are trying to get invaded, so it's probably easy to get summoned as a blue with them. I think they have Tauner's Tongue on or Dried Finger or whatever. Hey, Ghost! Thank you for the 42 months. Thank you so much, dude. Can we get invasions, though? Yeah, chat, I'm so good as a blue. I've won every time. Crazy. It's almost like it's advantaged or something. Although sometimes you do get a host that is just so stupid, there's no saving him. That very much is a thing. Like, you get a red that is just like an omega twink, right? Just so nasty, so you can't like be too aggro on them. And then the host is just being a fucking idiot and gets picked off, right? That definitely happens, but that's more to do with like the red being a super twink and less to do with the blue system. Now, almost any time I find you get summoned into this place, it's bullshit. Like, it very rarely is this like legitimate stuff. Like, I almost never play in the forest because it's generally cheaters, and it's normally hosts trying to get the blues killed, which is weird, but like that is almost always what it is. The forest I actually find to be worse than Londo. I find that the forest is almost exclusively people that are cheating and shit like that. It's not like, you know, someone trying to work through their level and they get invaded by a red and they need help, right? It's people like trying to get people in there, and it's normally people that are cheating. I don't know why the forest is like that though. Something about, because the forest is harder to host than Londo is, but something about it is almost nothing but cheaters. Londo though is a lot of cheaters too though. Londo's like 50-50 though. Like, there are people just wanting to PvP like a fucking sane human being. Oh god, please don't be a bonfire duelist. I think it's a bonfire duelist. Why are we just standing here? Oh, you're gonna be one of those. I like how he was bowing and then he has blues on. So it's like he's just bowing to buy time. And I've seen that a lot. Like, they want you to emote and stuff, so it gives them a bunch of time to get a blue in. That's why I don't generally emote. I just play the game. Woo! All right, will they go for it? Oh no, I fell off. Yep. Love it. I love that so much. It's just incredible. We need a name for this guy. It's not the first host he's killed. I like how I have 7 out of 7 flasks. Richard 2. And I was thinking Gary. Something about the worms. I actually was thinking Gary. I don't even know why. I don't mind Spike either though. I rather like Gary though. That feels right. It feels like a Gary to me. Bob's brother. Brother Gary. God, I love how the blue died to the fall damage. That was great. Now what's going on here? There's our host. Are there? Please tell me he's not AFK. Any blues gonna come in? Any summoning phantom? Any of that? Alt F4, all right. I think he had fallen knight armor. I love Jim and Bob in Elden Ring though, because they're like in locations that come up all the time when we're invading Stormvale. It's kind of great. Yeah, I think geographical, like just mechanics and stuff, and like aesthetic, and just like the level layout, not so much the level range or any of that. Cathedral of the Deep and Stormvale Castle are my favorite two places to invade ever. I love them so much. Trying to think, was there? I mean, the tower in Dark Souls 2, the bell tower, was pretty good. It's definitely not as good as Cathedral or Stormvale, though. Absolutely not. Trying to think of what else I really like. I do like Illithrill Dungeon. That's pretty legit. It's a very fun one, and I do like the library. I didn't like it originally, but I've kind of grown to like it. And I might be biased though, because I like my characters for that zone a lot. Like our Great Club character and all that. I really enjoy those characters. So there may be some bias there. Funnily enough, I hate Undead Settlement, but I don't mind invading it. It is kind of a fun invasion spot. But I don't like the aesthetic. And I fucking hate playing it unless I get invaded. But then it has to not be a twink and so on and so forth. But you know, unless I'm a twink, then who cares? But I don't ever really play through the game as a twink. They may have already gone through here? I don't know. Yep, that's what it is. Shit. There's a hole in that wall. You can like see the skybox. Oh man, they're like long gone, I think. They're probably already like pretty close to the boss. That sucks. Oh, they're right here. That's not as bad. There's a good chance though this will result in them just going to the boss, but we'll see. Gentlemen. Uh-oh. R1! I want to weapon art this guy, but I'm not sure it's gonna happen. Oh, it happened! That does so little damage. That's where Flamberge comes in. I hit the fucking wall. This guy's just gonna mash. I'll just R1 into his face if he's gonna do that. This guy's like a professional straight sword user, just doing the nonsense. Yeah, see, if this was Flamberge, that would just straight up do more damage. I wonder if I could switch to Flamberge and get that, like, show it. It'd be hard to hit him with that again. I say that, and then I hit him with it again. But yeah, look how much more damage it does. It's because for some reason, Flamberge has the data, like the damage data of Stomp. Because it was going to have Stomp originally. So it randomly hits way fucking harder than the other great swords with the weapon art. I hate straight swords because you can be so bad with them, and then you still like your opponent can be really bad with them, and you still have to like respect them to an extent. Very annoying. Unless your connection is good, then you can just parry them. They're super easy to parry. But unfortunately, if there's lag, you can parry at the perfect time, and it won't work just because LOL lag. Like when a lot of them triple swing, and on the third swing, it'll always parry it. But if there's lag, it won't, and you'll just get hit a third time, which is horrible. Oh, frame skips there. Okay, this guy's just mashy. This is just classic Dark Souls 3, dude. He just backs away and is just like being reactionary as you approach. And it's like, it's not even the player's fault, right? It's just the game rewards it so much. Everybody does it. And what I really wish people got is if everyone plays that way, nothing will ever happen, right? If I mirror the way that guy's playing, neither of us will ever do anything, right? Like if we're both just backing away from each other, hoping the other one walks into our like, you know, weapon arc, right? It's just nothing ever happens. And that's actually what happens in dueling sometimes, is there are two people doing that, and it's just like, oh my god. Yeah, actually, Sword and Board is super good in this game. It's just a lot of people don't know how to do it. There's some videos of like good PvPers and stuff doing meta level like duels and stuff using the shield, and it's so good. Like you just have to be very smart with it. You don't just sit there with it up like this. You know, you don't do that. And you have to make sure you use a good shield so it doesn't get guard broken too easily. But yeah, actually, I think it's like Ringed City straight sword. And then like the Lothric Knight shield and stuff like that is one of the it is so nasty. Like it's top tier as fuck. Like debatably the best weapon setup you can have, but there's a lot of really good weapons. It's hard to say what the absolute best is. Like curved straight or curved swords, just curved swords, regular curved swords, like Karthus curved sword, Pontiff Knight curved sword, that kind of stuff. Very, very, very good. Murky's hand scythe is probably the best weapon in the game. And then straight swords are just so busted. We're getting better at DS3 again. It's taking a minute. And then watch, I go back to Elden Ring and it's a shit show. I much prefer straight swords in Elden Ring where they're like good, but they're not just the dumbest like shit ever. The one thing, I guess, the one straight sword that can be kind of dumbass is dual sleep swords. Now it depends. Some people use them in a, you know, pretty legit way and it's fine. But sometimes you'll get an invasion and it's like it's 2v3 or I'm sorry, it's you know, 3v1 or 2v1 or something. And one of them has dual sleep swords and they are just mashing like a motherfucker. And the only reason you can't punish it is because you know, their teammates, and they're getting phantom hits and they're sleeping you and you go to sleep and then all their teammates hit you at least once and you just like take so much damage. That shit's pretty annoying. That's me. Yeah, I mean, if it works, it works. Oh my god, if they add madness straight swords, please don't do that. I don't want madness anything. Like, madness is so annoying in Elden Ring. It is so overpowered because of phantom hits. If they fixed phantom hits, then I wouldn't care, right? Then put madness on everything and it's fine. But like, madness is so stupid because of phantom hits. I don't like madness daggers, madness axe, madness spear, anything like it's just gonna be horrible. Like, it's already bad enough with the literal one weapon that has madness. Can you imagine madness heavy rapier? Like heavy thrusting sword. That would just be so horrible. Yeah, holy crap, sleep spears would be pretty bad too. Who was this? Was this the katana guy? This was definitely someone that we fought. I just don't remember who it was. Yeah, madness dual curved swords and they spam the running attack. Oh my god. Who was this, the sword guy? I think this was the sword guy. Why does he have a casting thing now? Well, if he's gonna run away from me, I'm gonna have to use something that's aggro. You know what? Can I use this? I think I need a certain... What do I need? I think I need this. Oh, he a brave one. Like he's just mashing. Well, he's summoned somebody, so we can use this. Actually, you know what? Flamberge. I don't need no R2. I love how he gets like a lot braver once the yellow's here. Oh, I don't need this on. Oh, I miss Karen Retaliation. And the compass. Like if I'm busy, this guy just starts spamming R1 running attack. Bravery. You know, I complain about people not being aggro all the time when they have the numbers advantage, but the funny thing is, if people have any idea what they're doing, they don't even have to be that good. And they're aggro, and like they vaguely know how to do it, it's horrifying, right? Like it is so easy to, when you outnumber someone, to just murder them. Like when you watch good players that for like, you know, have a teammate for one reason or another, they're super fucking aggro. And they generally kill people just like so quickly. Projectile souls right now. I wish I was a character optimized for Great Club right now, because I think the way they're playing, it'd be kind of fun to see how it does. I just love how the second I'm fighting this guy, and like I'm hitting him, the other guy just suddenly gets so thirsty to R1. And then if, you know, I'm not busy with something, then he just runs away. The classics. Surprised you don't just have blues on, like. Tried to free aim backwards, but I messed it up. I love how that guy wow, I don't know why my free aim didn't work there either. But that guy swings like so many extra times, like when I'm already not there. Have not even flashed yet, because they're just so fucking pussy. I always just love when it's not just that they won't come to you, but when you're actually fighting, they won't like, you know, they don't do anything. They're always being reactionary. And they only like swing when they're like, they've already done like most of the wind up, and like right as you get into their swing arc, it's already over. So like there's just no risk, right? And that's like all they'll do the entire time. And then they're like surprised you don't just, you know, walk into them. They basically play in a way where like your first swing will never hit them really no matter what. You know, like there's a little risk as possible, so you have to get them to do something, you know, stupid when they think they've got you, but they don't. And they just ult F4s, dude. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna try to get that guy again. You gotta teach these fuckers a lesson. So he's probably in the logos right now. Skip, menu, probably continue, loading screen, blah, 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 blah. Spawning in the game. Madness Ultra Great Sword. Now, that would be fine if it didn't have the crouch poke, right? But because of the crouch poke, that would be horrible. Madness Dagger, that would just be fucking awful. Though, honestly, I think Madness Spears, like Twin Spears, and like Madness Dual Swords and Madness Curved Swords, that really is the worst stuff. It is so hard not... Here, I gotta try to get the other guy. It is so hard not to get Phantom hit. Like, if your objective with Dual Swords, Dual Curved Swords, Dual Spears is to not... You don't care if you hit them or not. You just want to at least get a Phantom hit. It's so easy to do that. And obviously, if you get Madness off a Phantom hit, they take damage, they get stunned, then you get to hit them again, right? It's ridiculous. We may not get that guy though again because he can just run through the door. Yeah, really, I think Madness should not be in the game unless they fix Phantom hits. I mean, and Phantom hits we know are not supposed to be in the game. It's like a trackable glitch if you look at the netcode. And like when you fight an NPC, right, they don't get Phantom hits, right? It's a complete lag thing. And Madness is just fucking stupid with Phantom hits. So I really don't think, like, Madness is so broken with Phantom hits that I just 1000%. I'm not gonna go into the back part of the level. Fuck that. Yeah, I just don't think it should be in the game, right? It's so flawed. Like, either get rid of Madness or fix Phantom hits. I prefer you just fix Phantom hits, right? Then it's no big deal. Because Madness without Phantom hits is still outrageously strong, but it's manageable, right? But it can reward you for being like such an idiot with the way it is right now. Maybe he really had an internet outage. You know, unlikely, but I have had times where like my internet goes out at like a really bad time in an MMO or Dark Souls or whatever, where it looks like I rage quit. I have had that happen. Right, I'm sure someone that is ult forward on me out there and all my times playing, I'm sure at least one of them was an accident, right? Just a coincidence. But most of them are, you know, so conveniently timed that the majority of them are just people being bitches. Especially when you can just tell they're playing like a bitch the entire time, and then the second it's 1v1, the ult F4, it's like, oh geez, what a coincidence. But, you know, a lot of people, the reason why they cannot take an L, honestly, I think some of it is, like, just the current state of society and our school system and everything and social media and all that. I think people are just fucking bitches. It's insane. But there's a lot of really bad sports out there, right? And especially when people aren't good, they don't develop a thick skin and stuff. So they get invaded, and the invader teabags them and points down and all that nonsense, right? That does not make them want to play more. It doesn't, right? Every time you get invaded and you're new to the game, right? You're a legit newbie, right? You're like, what do I do? What do I do? Right? And then you just die. And then the guy just points down at you and teabags you or throws poop at you or whatever it is. That does not make you want to get invaded again, right? It doesn't. It's a bad look, right? And that's why I don't generally do it, right? I only point down and taunt people that taunt me or cheating or are just exceptionally lame, right? But I almost never do it, right? And again, unless they taunt me. If they taunt me mid-match and I kill them, you bet your ass I'm taunting them. But yeah, I generally don't taunt people because my goal is to just play the game. I'm not looking to make people miserable. I'm not one of those people that like is happy, because this is like a thing. A lot of people in MMOs and things like that, they're happy when other people aren't happy, right? That is not me. Now, I will say, I do get a lot of enjoyment out of giving karmic justice to people, right? So if you've got someone that's like cheating or like, you know, at least had their friend drop them a bunch of items, they're all twinked out, they're taunting, they're 3v1ing, they're playing like pussies, they're pointing down and all that, and then you knock them off and they die to gravity, or they just die. However, I get so much more pleasure out of that than if I just kill whoever, right? Those people I can soak up their misery and love it, but that's because they deserve it. Where if I just invade, Bob, I don't want him to be miserable, right? I'm not gonna respect him if he plays like a bitch still, but I'm not out to ruin his day. But there absolutely are people that invade, that the whole reason they invade is they just want to make people miserable. They try to do like the lamest stuff possible, they taunt as much as possible, they cheat, they do whatever they can, and they're just trying to make the experience bad for the person they invade. Not generally my goal. I just want to enjoy, the mechanics that happen in invasions and the unique, situations you get into and the mix of PvE and PvP. I love that. There was a game called Dungeon Land. When this game was active, I loved it so much. One of the players played kind of like an RTS, top down. They could spawn creatures and traps, and they could play as the boss at the end. And the other 3 players played like a Diablo kind of style game, where they had like really powerful teamwork abilities that they could use together and stuff. I don't know what this guy's doing. But anyway, and Jesus, I loved that game. It was like this mix of PvE and PvP. What is this guy doing, dude? Like I think he's just trying to be a passive jackass like most people are. Like this guy cannot take a step forward to save his life. And then he just runs away every time, dude. It's like he will not come out here and fight under any circumstance. Jesus Christ. Like, why did you need... Like, it's not even like there's a big difference between in here and out there. Like, look at this guy, dude. This is so pathetic. This guy might get a point down. We'll see. I just love how he'd rather just run away constantly than just... And he's acting like he wants to fight, but he only wants to fight if I'm like walking towards him, right? And like that's why he doesn't want to come in here, because it becomes so obvious that he's the one, backing away. If he's got the back part of the level open, he's probably just going to leave. Like, people really just will not fight. Like, it's crazy. By the way, that's his ghost right there. Yeah, I know ultras are kind of but they are good against greatswords. And it's true. It's like one of the few matchups they're good in. Oh, he finally grew a pair. Jesus Christ. So why did we need to wait around for 30 minutes? It's just so stupid. And again, it's mainly because this room makes it really obvious when you're being a bitch. That was so weird, dude. It's like, and I really do hate Dark Souls 3 for doing this, because Dark Souls 1 didn't do this, Dark Souls 2 didn't do this, just coincidentally because of the way the mechanics are. Like, if all you do is backpedal like that in Dark Souls 1, it is not very effective, right? And if all you do is like backpedal and swing as the approach, right, in Dark Souls 2, it's not very effective. But it's ungodly effective in Dark Souls 3, so like everyone ever tries to do it. And then when you don't walk into them blindly, they act like you're the one being a pussy. But then anytime you try to fight them, they're just running away from you. It's like, huh. What? Why am I hearing the arrows, but then like... Okay, hold on. This guy, if he's taken on the edge like that, they have not been through here. Okay, so they're not over here. So they're probably just by the tree and I just didn't see them. What is it with that room? It's just that, like, it's not as big. So you can't back away as much. And also, if you are the one backing away, it's really obvious. Like, you pretty much have to back away into the other room, and it's just really obvious that you're the one being a bitch. Because if you stay in that other room, it's, you know, you'll run out of space when you're backing away. This is like the dream scenario for Flamberge. She's got the bleed from the worms, so then every hit I do builds up the bleed, and then the worms make it not fall off. This is also just the worst thing ever for him. I think he may have just killed himself. Nope, no, he's still alive. Didn't we fight this blue earlier? Kind of seems familiar. Man, my input got 8 because I fell off of like a millimeter thing there. I would have hit them too. That's so lame. Of course. Oh, the bleed wore off. Oh, I got him with it anyway. Totally worth. Oh, Jesus, more blues. Oh, please try to parry me. Although I don't want to fight here because I always say it's so bad fighting here because if you need to move for one reason or another, it's so likely you get stuck on something or fall off this thing or whatever. Yeah, we had an Elden Ring moment there. It's like the one time. Bleed's pretty, you know, whatever in every other Souls game. Always love how they always position themselves so like if their teammates come up, you know, you won't see it. I don't know if it's a subconscious thing or what, but every fucking time in this spot, that's what people do. This guy's playing like the previous guy. I can't stand it when you're outnumbered though, because you can't take it slow and like pick him to death like you're supposed to, because you're always having to worry about like a teammate coming up on you. But then they act like they're whooping your ass or something. It's so dumb. Like they're just doing the whole come at me and then swing as you approach thing. I want to kill the blue so I get flasks so then I can fight the other blue. But the host is being significantly dumber. I cannot believe that. Oh god, I didn't have cat ring on. Why did I not have cat ring on? How did the host die? I don't understand. I cannot believe I didn't have cat ring on though. That's crazy. That's because I was 1v1ing in here and there's no reason to have it on, and I think I just forgot. That is so funny though that we both I think he followed me or so. I don't know. That sucks though, because even though I taken a lot of hits, I was still way ahead of them. Like I still had plenty of flasks and they didn't. I mean, I guess we win, because invaders actually win ties with the way it works, but it's not as satisfying. It's crazy, though, that I didn't have cat ring on. Yeah, it's because if the invader dies, you don't lose anything. And if the host dies, you know, they lose their Ember form, and you still get their souls and all that nonsense. And you get the Ember, etc., and you get your Covenant item and all that stuff. Like, you get the tongue, they don't get anything. Huh. Normally, it won't put your souls, like, where you died like that. That's actually pretty rare. Normally, it puts your souls, like, where you were a few seconds ago. So, like, normally if you die, like, right there, the souls would be up here somewhere. That's actually pretty strange. Pretty much never see that. I wonder, why. But anyway, talking about what I was saying a minute ago, I love like the mix of PvE and PvP. That Dungeon Land game was a really awesome game for that, and it makes me so sad that games like that never get made. And what's sad is the big part of why games like that don't get made is because people are just pussies. I mean, people just, they don't want to, you know, one of the biggest complaints about Dark Souls is that you can get invaded and stuff, right? People hate, you know, PvP when it's mixed in with PvE and that kind of thing. For some reason, people are like completely okay with dying to a mob, you know, or dying to a boss, but they get so tilted when they die to a player. And I get it when like you have to deal with bad sports and everything, but it's no reason to like throw the whole concept out the window. Like, there's a very good reason why every Souls clone ever doesn't have PvP in it. Although, funnily enough, they're never as successful as Dark Souls and Elden Ring and all that. But everybody looks at Souls like, hey, let's copy them, but take out all the interesting stuff. So, if bosses teabagged you, everyone would know it's just scripted and they just wouldn't care. Now, funnily enough, once AI gets really advanced, right? Like, really advanced. And if you have, like, adaptable AI that have, like, actual personalities, right? That will use that personality but respond differently based on, like, the different people they're interacting with. And if those are toxic, that will make people feel just as bad, I would imagine. And by the way, that is going to happen. I'm already just shocked at, like, this last year and a half, how much AI has advanced. I'm honestly shocked. It's like, it's madness, right? It's crazy how much it's advanced. I just can't imagine it, like, what AI is going to be like in 5-10 years. It's oh my god, it's going to be horrifying. Now, Morgott, point down. But they already have, you know, like Chat GPT type stuff, like mods for Skyrim or whatever, right? Stuff like that. And it's already surprising, like, you know, how much it can do. And, you know, they're just starting, right? There's still so much, like, room for improvement. And it's going to happen. Yeah, I don't know if humanity is ready for it, honestly. Like, it can affect so much, like, with work and, you know, social interactions between people. And, you know, I do think it could be a real problem. Like, we already see social media affecting, like, the family dynamic and things like that to such an insane extent that it's, like, potentially very negative, right? And that's just social media, right? And with AI, it's, I don't even want to know what's going to happen. There will be some fun things, though, because you probably will have, you know, like, interactable AI in video games. You know, where you're like, fuck you, and like, oh yeah, fuck you, right? You know, stuff like that. That's totally gonna happen. Although, I tell you, a lot of people aren't gonna want it. Like, I very much so, because a lot of people that like video games are nerds, that don't have good social skills, right? And they don't want to have to socialize with AI. They don't, right? Like, if it's AI that's, like, predictable or, you know, it's not actually as dynamic and unpredictable as a real person, then they won't mind it, right? But if you have AI that's, like, actually has, like, a set personality and you can right, for example, right? Because you know this is going to happen. You're going to have, like, waifu games where the waifus are, like, AI, right? But if you can fuck up where the girl's like, you suck, right? They're not gonna want it, right? People are gonna be mad, right? They only want, like, they want it to be, like, success is, like, guaranteed, right? So I do think there's gonna be some tomfoolery there. But there are also people that you know, don't have a problem with human interaction, and you know they're happy to have. Oh my God, it's our Alt F4 guy again. And I just love how when he's got an unfair advantage, you know, he's like spamming R1 and all this stuff, and then when he doesn't, it's Alt F4 time, right? And it's like, so you're happy to play when you think you can win, right? But then when you don't have faith in your abilities anymore, and it's like a fair fight, then you don't want to play anymore. He's probably going to go to the back part of the level, because he already had one of the shortcuts open. He probably has the other shortcut open now. No, wow, he still doesn't. That's surprising. He must have died. It's kind of... Because he got the, No, wait, did he ever die? No, he died the first time, then he Alt F4'd. So the last time he actually didn't get the invasion cooldown, so... You know, I'm an introvert, but I'm also very social, right? So I'm an introvert in that I need to recharge my batteries by being alone, and I need a lot of alone time. But I like people, and I don't have a problem with interacting with people and stuff. And you know, I generally enjoy it actually, which is, you know, why I'm a streamer. You know, big surprise. But yeah, a lot of people aren't like that, like at all. So, and I get it. It's fine. It's not like wrong if you don't like socializing a lot. I always just say that don't use it as a crutch though, right? Like if you know you need to be doing something, or you actually do want to interact with this person, but you're just letting your, like, you know, anxiety get the better of you, that you don't want to do, right? Like don't let life pass you by because you're being a coward, right? Don't do that. But you know, if you're not like a super social person, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I love how every fight with this guy is just like pussy shit for days. Might want to switch to straight sword just because of how dumb this is. Oh, this is the same guy. He's just changed his fashion. I can't remember if that guy can hit invaders or not. They are making some very poor decisions right now. Unless they already killed that guy. Nope, they did not. Chat, I'm so happy right now. This is joy. Alt F4. Alt F4, do it. Oh, I think you already did. Oh, I'm so happy, chat. I just unlocked an achievement in life. That was good. Oh, I love it, dude. Oh my God, it's so satisfying. And if he keeps doing this, he's not gonna be able to summon his friend anymore, too. Oh. Look, if he was a normal guy, I wouldn't feel this way, right? But that guy's a dick, so it's the best. That was just so great, where I was standing where I knew they absolutely could not get past me. And I was already in my swing, so they can't swing. And then the big boy was behind them, and they obviously weren't gonna fight him, so. Oh my God, that was so great. I don't get it though. Do people think Alt F4ing is like saving face? I never understood that, because there's no world where anyone thinks that like I wouldn't have won 1v1, right? Like, I'm not like, oh man, I can't prove that I was gonna beat that guy. I already know I was gonna beat that guy. And so he's like super killing himself by Alt F4ing, right? It's like so much more shameful than just dying. I guess some of it is like a knee jerk, I guess. I don't know. It's like, it's the opposite of saving face though. It makes you look like a bigger bitch, right? Because it's not like I need you to die on my screen for me to be able to confirm that you're a bitch. I already know you're a bitch by the way you're playing, right? You dying doesn't really mean anything. But then you Alt F4 is just like super defeat, right? So it's like even better. Like I've never even seen an invader that was like upset that someone Alt F4'd, right? It's always just like he's even more of a bitch, right? That's pretty. I guess the exception would be fighting games, because you don't get your rating, right? Like in fighting games, oh my god, we got him again, boys. But in fighting games, by the way, this guy probably doesn't even know that if he just died, I couldn't invade him anymore, right? The reason I'm able to invade him over and over and over again is because he keeps Alt F4ing. But anyway, yeah, in fighting games, if someone Alt F4s after you know, about to beat them, you don't get your fucking rating anymore. I kind of want to go up the elevator and see if I can get him with a plunge attack, because they have to come this way, and this shit is hilarious. Because I know they're gonna play like bitches, and they can't go the other way. So, actually, technically, they could go around the long way, but I don't expect them to do that. I do have to put the cat ring back on, but I figure I'd get some life regen while I can. Yeah, I'll take my time with this guy. We just gotta get him to Alt F4 again. That's all we gotta do. Already done it a few times. But yeah, if an invader leaves your world legitimately by any means, you killing them killing you going through a boss fog, you know, anything that would make a red exit, you know, regardless of you living or dying or any of that, will give you the invasion cooldown where you cannot be invaded again. Right? For I think it's like 15, 20 minutes. I forget how long it is. But if you Alt F4, you don't get that. And what's my favorite, chat, this is the ultimate, right? It's no better than this, is when you kill someone, and as they're dying, the Alt F4. Because when they get back into the game, the way the game like auto-saves, it will still kill them, right? So they still have to run back, go through the loading screen, you know, re-ember, all the bullshit. But they don't get the invasion cooldown. So they get every negative possible, and even worse, because now they have to go through the loading screens and all the nonsense, right? It's like, it's much, much worse. But they don't get the invasion cooldown. It's so great. That's my absolute favorite. This is probably one of those players that just can't stand that you can be invaded, but then he wants all the advantages of co-op, which I really gotta stress this. I think a lot of players miss this, and Miyazaki's pretty clear about this. If there's no invasions, you don't get co-op. You get Sekiro, right? That's how they do it. So, and rightfully so, because you really make these games a joke in co-op, so the invaders are your karmic justice. Which good cap, and there's so many at this point. And believe me, I don't keep track of NA. I love this axe. I wish it had a, you know, moveset more like Dark Souls 2, dude. Like, it's so nice. Like, I love this design. And it's based on like a real type of axe design. And it's got the grips. I don't know why the fuck your idiot holds it like this, though. I mean, there are reasons to hold an axe like that, but generally that is not how you're gonna hold an axe. Like, you might use that grip temporarily. Generally, you move your grip around quite a bit with axes, to be honest. But they do that a lot in Souls games, where you kind of just hold things at the lowest point in the hilt, and they don't want to like move around based on like your attack animations and stuff. That's kind of just being lazy. They did do it right though, where there's another grip higher on the handle though. So it's not like they don't know. I think they just don't want to bother with the animations. I like how these guys are. Oh, here we go. I was gonna say they're just standing around. Got my cat ring on. Always gotta double check after that last death. Yeah, I like axes and spears generally the most. And there's some exceptions. I do like Claymore type swords, you know, big straight swords. Those are nice. So yeah, it's generally axes, like normal axes. I don't mind big boy axes, but you know, it's kind of just anime nonsense. But yeah, I like regular axes, spears, halberds. I do love halberds. And then things like Claymore, those kind of big boy swords, like the realistic big boy swords, not the anime big boy swords. I much prefer like Claymore over like, you know, your typical like generic ass sword. That's generally what I stick to. In terms of, I don't mean moveset or anything. I just mean in terms of like, you know, video games, medieval weapons and stuff. That's the stuff I like. He's probably just gonna Alt F4. It's not like this guy is going to 1v1 me. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I just don't get why they're so unwilling. Yep, there it is. I mean, that was an easy one. I just find it funny though. Like, you know, they have multiple players on their side and they're just so unwilling to just play the game. It's crazy. Let's see if we can get him again, because we've gotten quite a few Alt F4s out of this guy. And what's great is a lot of people, they just don't know that the Alt F4 punishment is there, so they just keep doing it, and then they get blasted. I'm seriously not even that scary. Like, you know, I do have Ring of Favor, but like, I'm not wearing laps, armor, all that stuff. Like, this is, if I wanted to make a nasty invasion character, I could just be so much worse than this. Like, this is so tame. Like, when you look at other reds, you know, that are invading people, oh my god, they're so much more twinky. Like, they're just using complete OP bullshit. I try to make my character defeatable if I deserve it. Generally the idea. Okay, a few more seconds here. Maybe they'll stop entirely, though. Sometimes people just get so rage quitty they just stop playing, so we'll see. And who knows, maybe that was his final Alt F4, because if he's doing it to other invaders. You don't get invaded much anymore, though. It's pretty rare. My brother played through Dark Souls 3 recently, and he said he only got invaded twice the entire time. I've only been invaded once. It was Guts. Funnily enough, it was in Cathedral of the Deep. And he was not using a greatsword. So, disgracing the name Guts, as do most people named Guts. Try a few more times, but then I can go to the back part too, in case he's back there. But he may have just stopped, which would not surprise me. It's very rare you see a proper Guts, honestly. It's the most common name, like hands down. Dark Souls, Elden Ring, you see Guts all of the time. But they rarely commit. They might use an Ultra Sword, but then they're normally using like Hovel's armor or like, what is it? Bull Goat, right? Like they don't fucking commit. And just, every once in a while you see a proper one. And there's some people on YouTube that do it proper, and they're actually good at the game, so you know, they can pull it off. And Greatsword's really good in Elden Ring, right? It's easy to main that weapon, so it's crazy how few people do it properly. But yeah, there's a few people, they'll pick the right armor and use Greatsword, and you know, have fun. And some of them will use like different Greatswords with different weapon arts on them that they can switch to, right? Stuff like that. Whoever I'm connecting to died or Alt F4'd or something, because it's not gonna work, I can tell. We probably should do some PvE. We haven't done a lot today. Been enjoying the invasions. Could do some more Great Club. That was pretty fun, honestly. I'll try one back here. It is funny that you can just walk through this door and it changes the invasion to the back part. Looking kind of dead now. All right, let me try at least one more on our big boy club. I've really enjoyed like every goddamn invasion we've had over there. So all we did today was Dancer and the Demon King. That's all we've actually done. Probably save Pontiff for the next one though. I want to be able to concentrate on that one. I am not bullying. Seriously, anyone that has actually like been invaded by the average invader out there and then sees me stream will know how tame I am. Like, the one thing that I think I am, like, maybe kind of nasty at is I am very patient. A lot of Reds are just not, where I am stupidly patient, so... You know, I'm not gonna fall for, like, you know, the 3 guys waiting, huddled around the bonfire trying to R1 spam me to death, right? Like, that's just not gonna happen. But, you know, I don't make really OP builds. I try to make, you know, pretty honest mid-tier stuff. You know, I generally don't taunt anybody. I don't cheat and use all the OP consumables. Which almost every invader does. Almost every fucking invader does. It is so common that invaders cheat with OP consumables and stuff. I hate fighting in here because you can't lock on very far away. The old R2 roll catch. By the way, he was using Fume Knight Greatsword, which in its game of origin, Dark Souls 2, it is probably the most unique and interesting moveset they've ever made for a big boy sword. Right, during certain parts of its R2s, it has block frames. It is so interesting, and it's very unique R2s as well. And then in Dark Souls 3, they just made it a copy-pasted, completely generic great Ultra Sword. So fucking lame. That is just... I don't even like Dark Souls 2, but that is so disrespectful, right? I cannot believe they did not put in any effort into that weapon like that. When it was just the most unique thing ever in Dark Souls 2. Like, it sucks, because I know that there was like that cult following that people just loved that weapon. You know, it was their, you know, their weapon, and then it comes over here and it's just so lame. I do need to get my ass PvEing, because I do want to beat this game again. And I actually want to record the princes and maybe Midir. I really do want to have a video for them just to remember the fights by. But I do want to play Dark Souls 2. It's been so long. I'll be interested if I get surprised by anything. I mean, I know I'll get surprised by like PvE stuff, but I mean like game design stuff. I doubt it because I played it so much back in the day, but we'll see. Damn, it is kind of late at night, so it's not prime time anymore. All right, chat, I think we'll just wrap up there because I need to eat dinner. I'm actually like kind of shaky. I'm so hungry. It's never good to go that long without eating, and I have a bad habit of doing that, so I need to go eat some grub. But yeah, we'll get back to this. We'll fight Pontiff, try to actually beat the goddamn game so I can, you know, play Dark Souls 2. But, I mean, we might play Dark Souls 2 before I beat everything, because I do, like I said, I kind of want to save Midir and Twin Princes so I can make a video for them. But, you know, we'll do Frida and all that nonsense. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. And I swear we'll play Arknights one of these days. We'll sneak that in there. And apparently, FGO is supposed to do something sometime soon, maybe. But, yeah, we will raid Cairo. And I will see you guys soon, hopefully. Peace.